It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry.
Perfect.
And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs
We call this
in
proof.
reality. 'Cause they were right.
We call this
We
proof.
know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in
Like geometry.
geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
True.
That's exactly what they just said, right? I mean, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
And we are live. Rob said that's his favourite Buster song.
Again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. Yeah, that's definitely one of my favourites. I do have a new one ready and waiting. Just need to sort the video out for it. Next year, eh? Next year. You watch what's coming. Well, welcome everybody. It is Thursday and it's Euclid Night, and as you've probably been told, we don't actually understand anything about Euclid or geometry or straight lines or anything like that. In fact, if you ask anybody, we are the people that know the least. So I don't know what you're doing here. You want to be listening to everybody else. They're all the experts. We just try and break stuff down to the most simple that we possibly can. I think a lot of people are struggling with the simplicity, and that's not our problem. We can't simplify it any simpler for people to hopefully get them to get on board with the simplicity and come and have a conversation about it. Because that's the idea of us simplifying this geometry down to the most basic, means that anybody can engage in conversation about it. That's the idea of us doing this with logic too. We simplify the logic, we break it down to the trivium, and then everybody can get involved in it. Well, I want to say everybody except the misologists, except for the people that hate reasoning, people that hate discussion. They hate argumentation. Logical argumentation, not like shouting at each other. They actually love shouting at each other and confusing the shit out of everyone. But they don't like the reasoning process that we go through here, so. Welcome, and this is Geometry Night. So, obviously, seeing as we know absolutely nothing about it, I decided we'll open up the floor for the blue marble geometers to come in and explain exactly what it is that we don't understand about the simple straight line and perpendicular. The fact that vertical, being a straight line, has a perpendicular. And everybody knows that the perpendicular associated with a vertical has a name. It's called horizontal. Now, apparently, we don't understand that. We've been told by the great Superman QE that we don't know what horizontal is, even though we seem to have made the argument about exactly horizontals being parallel, or you could take it the other way, to the horizon being horizontal. We take it either way, doesn't really matter. But QE, big loud mouth that he is, has told everybody that we don't understand that. Yet we seem to be the one that have made the valid argument. So strange that some people say, and some people want to tell other people that we don't understand it. I do actually think that we are the people that are in the best position to be able to teach people about the simplicity involved within it. If you have to ask me, I'd say these people are trying to get confusing. They're trying to just confuse people so that nobody knows what's going on. We've got somebody in the chat. I don't understand what that means. Does anybody know who Dart is? Sounds like a bit of a troll name. Anyone heard of that? No. Obviously some sort of a blue marble scientist. I've been going over a video that I made earlier today. Over at Terry's. I know we've been over it a few times, but I think it's going to be one of the best examples of how to talk to blue marble scientists and how different the understanding of the blue marble scientist is. Now, when I say blue marble scientist, I'm talking about people like QE and Nathan Oakley as well. Because this blue marble science method employs no logic. It just mainly involves saying things to poison the well, maybe slander, maybe a bit of libel. It doesn't really matter, but anything is just made to stop people from looking into the simplicity behind their statements. They're meant to hide contradictions so nobody can question the very contradictions that they're formulating within their non-argumentation. Blue marble science. Maybe one of the blue marble scientists, a long-time troll. Well, very, very, very good. I've heard a lot recently about people using my name, using the name of everybody on this server, just to gain drama. And it seems like there's a guy called Mac Toon, a guy who wants to be a Scottish guy, obviously. But he's leading the charge of this sort of, I don't know, let's call it slander YouTube, where you just misrepresent people. Blue Marbles, if you want to see what it's like, Blue Marble has a channel completely devoted to other people and Blue Marble's obsession. They're mainly men. I think they are men. Not saying there's anything wrong with Blue Marble Science making videos about other men. Some people do that. But this McToon also very similar. He sounds an awful like Brenda McToon and Jesse Kozlowski. Very much similar. So yeah, he's obviously got his end of the year awards, and for some reason they seem, I think you can do fuck all with an angle has led us into this charge. It's one of the things that they don't like you to mention, and celestial navigation and Euclidean geometry, all of this sort of stuff is what they don't want you to talk about. So they've teamed up, Blue Marble scientists and the Flat Earth debate superheroes. You watch how they finish this year off by not talking about anything. No arguments, no nothing. And I like the way that seems like the viewers have gone down, but it is Christmas time. Maybe because certain YouTubers have told you to not watch us. So thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for being here. Has anybody got anything? Because I've not really got anything planned for today, although I do have videos I like to go over. I have a video playlist called My Model Dictates, and I always like to listen to all of those videos, and we can go over a few of them. One of them's got a b-ball. I don't know. I can't remember. Did we go over the tangent to a straight line on a curve? Blue Marble and the spherical pie is one of the best. I could go over that. I have just cut that again today. I'll be putting the little individual little short clips out. But was everybody aware that a radius can curve? Blue Marble Science just recently said it can.
Only in Blue Tardia could that happen.
There are certain things that have to be able to happen. And once a Blue Marble Scientist has vocalized these statements, if the model dictates that must be true, then that's what everybody has to get behind. So I think the more we put it out there, about spherical pie and obviously radiuses that aren't straight. Fantastic. I can't imagine. Because like I say, I've been going over a video that I recorded at the weekend talking to the blue marble scientists, and I still can't believe some of the stuff that they said. I mean, we have been working, I say working, but we've been having conversations with people who are obviously deluded. They're model afflicted. Now, they think it means nothing for them to be model afflicted because they think that governs everything. But really what it is it's an exploded logical system within their heads. Their own, their self has had an exploded logical framework within their minds. It's been blown to bits. And because of such, they've gone mad. They can't see it as madness because it's their model. They've replaced this madness within a framework. Now, they can't talk to normal people. It's not possible to. They can only talk and converse with flat earthers. And the flat earthers, similarly, can't talk to anybody without the injection of the model, the blue marble science model. So they're a necessary group for each other to be able to have conversations framed around a non-existent model that either of them may imagine that the other one has. And it's a bit of a problem once you delve into it. I noticed a fair bit ago, once you've been in this for long enough, you cannot release the model from your thought process. It's like buried itself in there. And it clouds everything that you think, everything that derives, like Nathan Oakley. He's imagined that a geometric statement was all about him. And that's because he's got a non-argument that he's defending. There's no other reason for people to do these sort of things, unless they've been model afflicted. Might be doing a bit of a short show tonight. Not so sure. People are wanting to talk. I think everybody's a little bit burnt out, to be honest. The conversations that people should be having, they're not allowed to. Just keep quiet about it. Pretend it never happened. Let it blow over. I did have some good news on Twitter. It's the first time ever, well, apart from when Fight the Flat Earth got banned from Twitter in the early days. But yeah, somebody else has been banned for violating the rules of hateful conduct. Hateful conduct. I bet you can imagine who that is. The sort of person that lets this go over their heads. Like they've imagined that they're allowed to say whatever they want, no matter how hateful it is. They're misologists, and their hatefulness goes towards anybody that they imagine that they can just direct it all at. All of that internal hatred that they have for themselves, they can just direct it at somebody else on social media. like I say, there's a guy called McToon, and he's one of the biggest offenders of this sort of thing. He's been out there slandering me and countless other people for quite a long time. Blue Marble Science also has a similar channel built up around similar sort of conduct. Yeah, I don't know. Gadget, I don't know what Arwin's been saying. I don't listen to Arwin. Yeah, I only listened to him that other time. And he banned me. He banned me for engaging in the conversation that he was going mental about me. And there's a lot of that sort of thing. People do a load of shit talking. And then what they do is they ban you. So you can't engage. It's like a mute button that they just place up on you, so you can't talk to them. Like the guy that I had that semi-debate over on Red's Rhetorics. He banned me the next day because he didn't want to deal with any conversations. Because he gave up the game, right? That guy, Ryan, he let everybody know. These guys think that a sphere, a Euclidean sphere, is part of spherical geometry. They have completely swapped within their mind what actual geometry is. They haven't got a clue. They don't have an understanding of it. But rather than them talk about the geometry and let everybody come to the realization with them and learn from it, what they do is they just tell everybody that we don't understand it. And that doesn't start the conversation off. It just halts the conversation. Nobody can understand through that form of thinking about how people can actually learn. And since Euclidean geometry is the foundation of mathematics, who can't learn about it? We are definitely open for learning, and within the very simple formulation of how geometry links to mathematics. Next year, we're going to go on a wild ride to find out where they actually played the little mind trick within mathematics, logic, and geometry. Because they've been playing subtle tricks, misdirection for years. Certain group of people. And because of the framework of the conversations that people have had around this arena, nobody's ever looked at it. Nobody has ever attempted to go to the simplicity of the whole thing, to break it down to the most simple you can. And that's a straight line. And we'll show you next year how to understand more through advanced simplicity, breaking things down to the straight line. But that's what we've been doing this year. That's our logical, the steps through the trivium to geometry, music. But yeah, all of that stuff will come big next year. Bit of a practice the year this was to lead us into doing our tests. Although we did the test the year before, we've had sort of a year off from doing tests and stuff, but we did them. We've learned. There's a few steps to this sort of thing. First off is the conversation and the ability to have that conversation, and then you learn and you put steps into practice. Once you once you practice all of these things, then you can go into the testing stage, and then you can talk about that too. Every step of the way that we've gone on this journey, less people want to be able to talk to us. I find that amazing within this arena. The more you have to give about the simplicity of the thing, the less people want to get engaged with you, because it's obvious there's a massive game being played of misdirection, and who wants to misdirect who. I'm going to be hopefully we've already been pointing these things out within the conversations that we've had. It's whether people have listened to it, and we don't have many viewers. Some of the early conversations, not many people have listened to those videos, and some of the things we've been over. It's a bit of a shame, really, because now, being in the position I am, and I'm pretty sure everybody else that's in here with us, we have much knowledge gained through the conversations that we've had, but that knowledge gained has led to people not wanting to have the conversations because they know what's coming. They know we employ logic. I think we've taught people how to avoid certain conversations.
It's almost like when you said that, I thought immediately of somebody not wanting to know, like, let's say you see somebody's girlfriend kissing another guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you go and tell him, it's almost like, no. It's almost like one of those, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it hurts so much, you know, you want to just, you don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, it's because within your internal framework, you've developed this sort of affinity to whatever it is that you don't want it to change. You're unwilling to check it in case you might have been wrong, but you don't want to have been wrong. You can't have been wrong. Nobody would be able to fool you. That sort of an idea, possibly. I don't know. But the problem is, nobody wants to talk about these sort of things. It's sort of opening yourself up to actually being wrong. And not many people are willing to do that.
Yeah, you have to accept that you were the fool. And it takes a big guy to do that, a big person, big woman, big man.
Yeah. Well, like, I think that in order for you to admit that you were wrong, or you may have been wrong, you open yourself up to be able to learn something more. It's not like a closing off of something. There is a better learning, a better understanding for you to come to.
There's no way my girlfriend cheated on me. No way. Then you see the picture, big smooch with another guy, and you go, what do? Do you look the other? Oh, no. Do you run? What happens? Or do you say, damn, she did cheat on me?
Yeah, I mean, is it like that, though? Is this... Because that's an external thing. This is sort of an internal, within the mind thing. This is much more personal than the girlfriend thing, I think, anyway. You know, the ability to open your mind to that sort of questioning.
Oh, it's definitely much, much more. Not the message, the action reaction I'm talking about. But the
Yeah.
message, yeah, definitely way more. Yeah.
Yeah, Gadget. Gadget said he couldn't believe that the Ruhif video from yesterday was over 2 years old. Conversations, I don't think they've changed. People have. People within the arena. What have they been doing? How long have they been trying to hide a very simple truth? I really think what we've found is this blue marble scientific method where they allow each other the contradictions within the model. If anybody else has pointed out a contradiction, they have to find some way to be able to accept that contradiction, to allow for it. That's the blue marble scientific method. And you can see it acting all the time. Jose, well done. We were saying the other day, Jose, that you and Nathan Oakley, your methods have melded together. It's good to see that you're finally coming back to one in the same sort of person. That's where Jose started off, wasn't it, Nathan Oakley? And now they're so similar again. Jose likes a bit of slander. Remember that from yesterday? That was a good one. Jose came in. You don't have a question, Jose. You never have had a valid question. How's it going anyway, Jose? How's the YouTubing? I must admit, I've not seen anything of Jose for quite a while. Got a few good clips. Which geometry conversation, Jose? Please be a bit more specific. Which geometry conversation are you talking about? And are you talking about your girlfriend? No, obviously not. Don't think Jose's got a girlfriend, does he? Don't think so. One of those blue marble scientists, if you know what I mean. It's always talking about all sorts of weird stuff, Jose. I'm just getting thoughts off the top of my mind. You'll have to be a bit more specific. Send in a super chat. Always interesting to have Jose come around. Diletheists are always fun to have in the text chat. Got Proto Thad in the Discord. Apparently he's been banned from Nathan Oakley's. I was always of the opinion that Proto Thad, he was a Nathan Oakley man. That's where he spent his time. He wanted to be over there. I heard QE had a lot of conversations with Proto Thad. Oh, here we go. Proto Thad's done this. This is why he's been banned. He says, I mentioned I had never seen 10th Man do a cell nav position and that it would be cool if he did. He is evidently touchy about his inability to do celestial navigation, so he went on a rant saying I needed to debunk his citations. Divergent Droid said if I couldn't do that to 10's satisfaction, he would ban me. I made the video they requested. 10th was evidently not convinced. That weird. Look at, and he is. Look at him in his video here on the thing. He's drawing circles on a ball. Does anyone know what the drawing circles on a ball is? Blue Marble was talking about it the other day. It brings in the radius on the surface of a sphere, which everybody knows is a constantly curved surface. So that means the radius is constantly curved, which means we're dealing with variable pi. Yeah, variable pi. Favourite of the Blue Marble scientists.
I like that.
Yes.
Probably not the same.
Yes. It's like the dilithiast's pi. No, it sort of messes your head up. Yeah. Sends you mad. But, I mean, even Proto Thad, he's going with that. There's a visual, well, obviously it's not visual demonstration because that's a Euclidean sphere with some, a bit of green and a bit of blue on it. But it's just a Euclidean sphere. It's a three-sided circle, yeah. Or it could be a five-sided square, or it could just be a circle, or a triangle, or a three-sided square. It can be multiple things whenever they do that. But we don't know what Proto Thad's doing. I don't want to go over his video. He might want to. He might want to do a Bob. Bob, not that Bob. Everybody knows not that Bob. He wouldn't strike people for copyright. You never know. Yeah, he's drawing on the ball. It's one of the favourite. I think that's what you do for celestial navigation. Now, it's probably no wonder we've never seen 10th Man doing that. Drawing on the ball. It's Proto Thad's there, Mike. Hopefully we might find out. People join this server just to leave. Wow. Protothad says, last time I was banned from the FED server, QE did it because I embarrassed him by proving he was wrong about something related to celestial navigation. Wow. Shrinks quickly reinstated me and gave him a talking to. He has mostly ignored me since. You can come in, Proto, if you want, have a conversation about this. I don't really like normally passing this through because, I mean, the guy's just writing down words. Now, are they words of a shadow giant? Are they the truth words of somebody who's speaking openly and honestly? I mean, how do you know? I'd like to see him if he wanted to talk about variable pi. A favourite of the blue marble scientist. Stretching the bounds of geometry. Stretching the bounds of science, like the typical blue marble scientists do. Can you imagine wanting a scientist to start going into the realms of geometry? I don't think it's ever been done before. In the history of man, a scientist has never stepped foot into geometry. It's normally been within the realm of the wizards. But you, Protothad, doesn't use any trig when getting the distance to the GP. Really? No relationships of angles to lines within triangles at all, you say? That's very interesting.
Can I make a quick comment about something you guys were discussing on yesterday's show?
Mm-hmm.
You guys at paper were talking about a rectangle and a square, and they're both being classified similarly. The proper way to state that is a rectangle is square, but a square is not a rectangle, because a rectangle has all four corners at 90 degrees, and the diagonals are equal, just like a square. So a rectangle is square, but a square is not a rectangle.
What we were talking about was the definitions within Euclid.
Yeah, Euclid differently defined that because Euclid seemingly starts from square, and
Right.
then he is defining rectangle with no equal sides.
What did he say? An oblong or something? You said was that how he put it?
Yes,
Yeah.
but still, it is about non-equal sides, and this kind of definition is not very precise because this is a specification by negation. This is not really a classic definition, but still he starts from square, and that's why he negates this property of the square.
Okay, but you can't deny that a rectangle is square.
If you treat rectangle as more general, as genus,
It's
then
not a square, it is square. Just like you could have a 90-degree corner that's square. It's, you can make a full square out of it, obviously, just like you could with a rectangle if you extend two of the sides, but that's all you would have to do. The corners are always going to be square, and the diagonals will always be equal on both the square and the rectangle.
You could say that both of them are quadrilaterals.
Okay.
But within Euclid, a square has all of the sides equal, and a rectangle doesn't have the sides equal.
I agree.
So in that sense, a square is a square and a rectangle is a rectangle. Neither of
Right.
them
They're
are.
not the same thing.
Yeah.
Law of identity there. Yeah, I agree.
Which is, if you're dealing with mathematics, you have to have these definite dividers. You can't go back and say that, well, the square is a rectangle, or the rectangle is a square, because they've been defined differently.
Right. I would never state
Yeah.
it that way. A rectangle is a square. I would state a rectangle is square, but it's not a square. Two different things. You get my meaning there, right?
Yeah, but that's that's the start of the formulation of the fucking about with words, I think. That's how these sort of things start down a slippery path. Especially within geometry, right? Once you realise the tricks that have been played within the mind of people, it's still going on now. They're too scared to say it. But what they do is they've automatically put the surface from book 11 back into book 1. And then they like to interchange the two surfaces from book 11 to book 1, the superficies. Even though it gets redefined, they like to bring it back and say it's here within book 1, which then allows them to imagine that a plane has a curvature to it. A surface is 2D. All surfaces are 2D. Even when they're within Euclid, they're stating it within book 1, within the planar geometry. They like to put a curvature to it, and that's one of the little tricks that hopefully we'll be able to explain to you. But it's so simple within the formulation of somebody's mind. These little tricks start at the fact that although Euclid mathematically defines the square and the rectangle as two different things, people can still allow themselves to have some sort of a concept that one of them could be this one, but this one isn't really this one. You're allowing yourself to make concessions that there's no need for you to do. It's a trick of the mind.
That comes down to the multiple meanings of words as well.
Not within mathematics, though. That's the whole point of this. Like if you're talking though mathematics and geometry, you have to stick to those definitions. You can't just suddenly step out of it and pretend that you're not talking about that, although you're using the same words and the same meanings, because they're going to do that as well. Look, Protothad's in the chat here now. He's saying they're not using trigonometry to deal with an angle, but they are using an angle and they are getting a distance. If that's not involving within the conceptual mind of people about trigonometry and things you can do with triangles and angles, what is it? Nobody's actually saying anything.
But you would agree, I could make the statement, build me a square in the corner or square the corner. Two completely different things.
Well, what you're dealing with there is you're making the 90 degree and calling that a square.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's not. It's a right angle.
The right angle.
Yeah. The square is the entire figure.
You know, during my career, of course, I would always use a square to square the corner.
Yeah. I know, but like that's how these sort of tricks within the let's say sophistry, right? They allow you to think that then in conversation they can just slip one in over the other. And now all of a sudden you're talking to somebody about a right angle, but you were talking about a square. They're not the same thing, but if you allow this within your contextual speak within conversation, then you're allowing the identity of a square to also be a right angle. Now, you can make the mathematical logical leap of associating the two together because you understand the structure of the square, but
Yeah, because if
somebody else
had
might
four of
not.
them- Yeah, you're right, Bev.
Somebody else listening or somebody else who you're talking to could easily be misunderstanding because they've not gone around to the practical principles that you have.
Absolutely, I agree.
Well, that goes to me with a rectangle, right? Everyone knows what a square is, and you should know that a rectangle isn't a square because it's different. It's got a different identity for a reason, and that's because they're not the same. There is a difference. I'm keen to have a conversation with Protothad about the celestial navigation because I don't see anybody willing to talk to us, anyone, about it. There's no way, obviously, Nathan Oakley's not going to talk about it. Protothad says that 10th Man's not going to talk about it, even when he makes a video about it. I'm not interested in celestial navigation personally, but I am interested in the argumentation that somebody has derived that thinks they can come up with some sort of a meaning within argumentation formed around celestial navigation. It intrigues me. The measuring of an angle and then forming that into an argument is fascinating to me. Like, you heard me talking to Ruhif last night. I don't know what Ruhif's angle was, what his argument was, what the whole purpose of him trying to make some sort of a non-argument about an angle. But that seems very similar to this celestial navigation non-argument. I'll call it a non-argument because I can't see what it is. What's the argument? I know Ruhif wanted to measure an angle and then draw a circle and then go, hey, that circle's like a globe. 'Tis globe. Well done, me. I proved the globe. There's a circle there. That's as much as I got from Ruhif. I don't know whether Protothad will want to have a similar sort of argument about it. But Nathan Oakley wouldn't tell us what he was. In fact, it got everybody to tell everybody not to tell anybody what it was. Don't tell him. Don't tell him, Brian. I think it was when SE was saying, what is it? Or maybe it was Rob Keane that was asking, what exactly can you do? Don't tell him. Well, I don't know what the argument is, Protothad. I don't know what your argument is. You've made a video. You've drawn a circle on a sphere. Blue Marble says that's called variable pi. And as everybody's heard, pi has a constant value, 3.14. Everybody's heard it. Surely within mathematics, people, at least within the formulation of mathematics, you must have heard of pi. But you've never heard of variable pi. Because pi has a definite value. It's called pi for a reason. Everybody knows it's a constant value. Governs a circle. The relationship between the diameter and the circumference of every circle. But Blue Marble says it's gone different.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
That pi changes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has to. I mean, everybody knows that.
I had never heard that till the day it was announced here. I had never heard anybody even suggest that before.
That's why I think argumentation within this next year is going to take off. Because hopefully people will start realizing what an actual argument is. How to lay these down. Because pi doesn't change. So can you make an argument about pi being a constant within mathematics? Yeah. Yes, you definitely can.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is that, are we getting feedback through, John?
Okay.
What's that, Rob? Sounded like Rob. Shy Mike.
Yes.
You not got a new mic for Christmas?
No, sorry. I got a couple Bluetooths around, but I'm just gonna be listening for a little while. I'm really busy.
Okay. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, it's real easy to get in the Discord and come in and have a chat.
Yeah, but it takes a certain type of person. Obviously, Nathan Oakley and people like Nathan Oakley have put a big arrow on anybody here that's willing to talk about anything. It's sort of an intimidation tactic, and a lot of people might be put off. So they'll be just listening. It's okay. I'll talk shit for a bit more. Well, yeah, like I say, this formulation of an argument that can be made very simply is what the globe scientists, the Blue Marble scientists, and I'm guessing the Flat Earth Debate supermen. You shouldn't be tugging on the Superman's cape, apparently. But tugging on Superman's cape now can involve you making a video 2 years ago addressed to somebody else. Somehow, I'd like to address somebody at some point to address that. How us making a video 2 years ago got Nathan Oakley so upset about a celestial navigation non-argument that he has.
Yeah, no, it's a video 2 years ago that was made to undermine him today.
Yeah. Can you imagine the foresight involved in the planning of that? I'm a genius, obviously. And Paige was involved in all of that too. It was a massive setup that we did 2 years ago to undermine Nathan Oakley's imaginary argument about celestial navigation. Finally, it paid off for us.
Keep an eye out for the Aussies and the Brits. Never trust them.
It's good and bad and all.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where you come from.
Protothad is in the chat. Curious. I honestly thought that Protothad, being over there in that server, was there to keep the conversation going. I believe there are people within the framework of this sort of thing that allow people to have this circular conversation, and I believe I do. I within my mind, Protothad, the character, was over there in the Nathan Oakley server to keep QE interested with a circular argument about celestial navigation. Because nobody's ever actually had the conversation about what the fuck you do with an angle, how you do it, what it's all about. And that's part of the reason why I thought Protothad was over there, to keep that circular non-argument going round and around and around. It's weird now that you've decided that you've got kicked out of that server over there and you come here. We're not really interested in the drama, but like I say, if you want to come in and explain the non-argument that none of us seem to understand. Title of tonight was We Don't Understand It. We do understand Euclid, but I don't understand this non-argument that apparently doesn't involve trigonometry, even though you're dealing with distances and angles.
Is he the gentleman that made that video against
so.
10th Man?
I think so, yeah.
That was pretty well done, I must say.
Of
course, I didn't agree with... I watched it. I think I watched that one. And it was pretty well done. Of course, I don't agree with his sphere assessment, but it's pretty well done. A lot of the stuff that I told them that the ballers would object are in that video, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. So,
like the dip. I like the dip when you did the dip there. You should come in and talk about it, bro.
Yeah. I'd seen him drawing circles on spheres.
I particularly like the part where he goes, the book that you used, 10th, and he says there's a globe, and then he turns the page, and there's another, and then another globe, and he starts going faster. That was perfect, because I was telling him, all the stuff you used, you're showing spheres. You're going to get lambasted by the ballers. And that's exactly what this guy did. And well done, too. At one point, he goes, let me go faster, because there's so many globes in there. And like picture after picture after picture showed a freaking globe.
You have to push it, don't they?
Yep, of course. They gave him an in, and they took it. And they took it.
Yeah, like I say, anytime Protothad wants to come in and talk about the actual argument behind it, what the purpose of it all is, then...
Now, mind you, I don't agree with his assessment, right? They think it's a globe. One side thinks it's a globe, and one side thinks it proves flat Earth. I, on the other hand, say it proves either of those two. The only thing you can say is, using this method, you can navigate.
Either.
It doesn't prove
like
either.
A diletheist.
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Big
that's why I
time.
was saying, right, if it doesn't prove either, then what is the argument that's being made? Because it seems like there's no argument that's even being made to be put forward, because it doesn't seem to prove anything. So what exactly is the argument? That's the question.
Well, one side says tis globe, and the other side says tis flat.
Yeah.
That's it.
They both say, I'm going to use celestial navigation, looking up at the lights in the sky, to say tis globe. And then the other guys go, well, we're going to use it to look at the lights in the sky and say, it's flat.
Exactly.
But again, that is not an argument. There's nothing formulated within that. So, because we're dealing with logic, and this year, get ready, this is coming. There needs to be an argument. Otherwise, what are people doing in these discussions? What have people been doing for 2 years?
Yep. Now, mind you, they're both using the same thing. Sextant, celestial navigation. Both of them using the same system, but coming out with two different results. And both claiming I'm right.
Just angle measuring device. And using a light in the sky as one of your points of an angle. Yeah, not much of an argument there when you think about it. It's almost strange that somebody wanted to somebody wanted us to focus in on the argumentative form of exactly what's going on with the celestial navigation. Because, I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's nothing to do with the angle argument that we were talking to Ruhif. Nathan Oakley wants everybody to be distracted. But distracted from what? That's the good question that I always like to ask. If somebody's trying to do a distraction play, like a magician, you want to be able to watch where the sleight of hand's happening and what exactly is going on. And I'm still trying to work out what it is. It seems to me that Nathan Oakley knows he has no argument. So in order to distract from him knowing that he has no argument, what he's going to do is just cause drama. Him and his mates have all teamed up, decided we're going to cause a load of drama so people don't need to bother looking at the argument. But that's all we're bothered about. It's all I'm bothered about anyway. I'm not bothered about Nathan Oakley and his little drama. I'm not really bothered about McToon and his little drama thing. And Blue Marble Science has made a stupid video, but he's going to have to deal with that. We'll start off with that next year. That'll be the first thing we start off with.
Yeah, they're becoming more and more irrelevant. It doesn't matter who you are, what your name is. You should be able to discuss your ideas and openly without getting triggered. And if you do, that means your idea ain't good. If you can't discuss your idea, that means your idea is not good. Why? Because you haven't discussed it with anybody to see, like the first thing I do when I have an idea, I come and I ask the guys, hey, how about this? What do you think about that? Is this okay? Obviously.
Yeah, all of the stuff, everything that we go over gets talked about and discussed. As it should be. Conversations,
yeah, and if
that's
it's
what we're
stupid,
for.
Yeah, and if it's stupid, I want somebody to tell me, hey, see, that's fucking stupid, bro. Don't even say that again. And I'll say thanks for not letting me embarrass myself.
Yeah, this is going to be very revealing once, if anybody wants to come on this journey that we have been on, that I'm guessing we're going to try and explain the breakdown of logic through the trivium, so we can have a purpose for it. The whole reason and the reasoning behind forming your words correctly, to understand what you're talking about, to get the definitions started, to then be able to predicate upon the thing that you're talking about, to be able to form an argument. Yeah, these arguments are going to be very revealing. But what we've got to be careful of as well, the progression of my learning has come because of the stupid things that people have said within this framework of everything. Brenda, he taught us about diletheism, the fact that people can have two truths, and it's obvious that's not only a contradictory thing, but it's a violation of the law of identity. Brenda's the perfect example of that. It's understandable when it comes from the correct person, when they show you as who they are, when you can see that diletheism is formed, and it's diletheism that's formed within the minds of people that allows them to shift the identity of things. Anything really. Ruhif has different definitions. Brenda has different... anything really, it doesn't really matter. But the law of the identity is violated, and Brenda's the perfect person to show you that. It makes complete sense. Blue Marble Science has got many lessons to teach us. Just because it is Blue Marble Science. Nathan Oakley's taught everybody how to not make an argument yourself and be dictated to by other people. To do that, and once you've done it for long enough, you become accustomed to it. Having other people hand you arguments, but never checking what they are, never going over it, never being allowed to go over it, and just parroting stuff, sometimes leads you into a bad place. There's a few people finding themselves in that bad place. Blue Marble Science has dictated to his subjects, sort of like in a pulpit. He was preaching, expressing his faith that pi changes. Wally, the famous Wally of the Wolf Pack. I don't know what happened to Wolfie. It's almost as if he's disappeared. It's not even part of the game anymore. So he's left Wally. I guess Wally's number one of the Wolf Pack now. He's the guy that let us know that there's no such thing as a horizontal. You can't have a line AB. Put point A at one end and point B at the other end, and you have a straight line. Some people may call that straight line AB, because A is the start point and B is the end point, or B is the start point and A is the end point. AB, BA. A is to B as B is to A. Within geometry, it's the same straight line. They're of the same distance away from each other, in relation to each other. But Wally has publicly said, Wally's publicly said that all globe fanatics will have to say this, that straight line AB cannot be entirely horizontal. You cannot have the entire line AB Within the globe model framework, the blue marble scientist framework, within their minds, it's not allowed to be horizontal. That's going to have to be dealt with. Who can talk about it, though? Who can talk about these straight lines? Well, we can. I can. I love these conversations. We call it advanced simplicity. We have the 12 that we can take anybody through. 12 steps to reality. 12 steps to understanding reality, so we can converse with each other. 12 basic steps. Call it practical Euclid. Practical Euclid. An aid to help you realize Euclid. To realize that Euclidean geometry is the geometry of reality. And once you've done that, once you understand that, then it doesn't really matter what other people say. Knowing how things are is the best way to be. Yeah, that's good, Mobius. Mobius says, how do people not see that using a model to imitate reality, reality will appear as that model? And if reality doesn't match the model, refine. Conjure up methods to overcome those contradictions. That's right, all done in the mind. That great word, imagine. Because if you can imagine something, you can formulate an image of it in your mind. And it's there then. You have it. It's your image. You've just done that to yourself.
All you have to do is think non-Euclidean.
Yeah. And for anybody who's doing that, right, what you do is, when you're thinking about non-Euclidean is, imagine reality and everything within reality that you understand, right? Well, not that. So they say, if you want to imagine it, and off you go. But you don't imagine anything that is real. Try and think of something different than that. And then you might be able to understand blue marble science and the blue marble scientific method. But like we said, there comes a point within this when these guys are going to realise that whatever they've been arguing for, they can't possibly achieve. So what's going to happen soon will be that their minds have to be able to switch back to Euclidean. And when they do that, what happens is their minds take the Euclidean position, but then all of a sudden it'll be you that has been arguing for the non-Euclidean, and they'll be disproving non-Euclidean, because they'll have put you in the position of non-Euclidean, which is very strange because, Essie, like you said, there is a guy that's out there formulating the groundwork for that very thing right now as we speak.
It appears so.
Yeah.
More than one guy.
Yep. That's why I'm going to be keeping strictly to Euclidean. to the understanding of Euclidean geometry. As everybody knows, or everybody should know, that's what we've been dealing with here. Euclidean geometry and the formulation of logical arguments based around the understanding of the perfection within geometry. If you can build your arguments as strong as any of the arguments within geometry, then you're doing well. You're going to be a good debater. And I encourage you to come in and have a conversation about any of this stuff. You want to have a go at formulating some logical statements. This sort of stuff, we had somebody in here today. This sort of stuff is very, very simple. And it seems like the arguments that we have aren't really going to help you within a debate format, but they will. They will. Simple arguments are very effective once you understand the rhetoric and well, I think it's really just the rhetoric, isn't it? The rhetoric and the comedy involved within a good reductio ad absurdum. Can lighten the mood.
Is everybody aware that it's free for all tonight?
Well, anybody can come in. We will be going, obviously it's Thursday? It's Friday, free for all Friday tomorrow. And Saturday will be
my bad.
trip.
I thought it was Friday. I apologize.
No way, I mean it is.
It's
a free for
Thursday.
all. Yeah.
Damn.
I did say it is a free for all tonight though.
Maybe that's where I heard it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a you don't understand. It's a chance for people to come and tell us what exactly it is that we don't understand. Hopefully then we could be corrected about the things that we don't understand. But I'm guessing a lot of people like to carry on the idea that we don't understand without ever showing anybody what we don't understand. It's a very familiar trait.
For example, I don't understand that straight line is curved line. I don't understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand how somebody could call a circle great and imagine it to be straight. It's not really great for me. But yeah, nobody's been able to explain that.
So great circle is straight and small circle is curved?
Just a normal circle is, well, Blue Marble now said that a normal circle has a variable pi. But a great circle is a straight. It's very, like this Blue Marble science, once they overstep the realms of science and start going into geometry and practicing Blue Marble scientific methods within geometry, then it gets about as most confusing as it possibly could be. But what that should show you is that they've got an exploded logical system. It's the only way it could possibly be. It makes no sense. It is nonsense. There is no sense involved. There's no reasoning you can employ that would ever end up with that model. Cannot logically derive that model from anywhere. It's just not possible. There has to be a different delivery method to get the Blue Marble scientific method within your mind. And that's what I'm going to be studying, the personal side of exactly what happens and how it occurs, that people can imagine a science can override a geometry. Blue Marble Science. I'm thankful for Blue Marble Science and the Blue Marble Scientettes. The Farmers Boys. Blue Marble Science and the Farmers Boys. I suppose we could call it an apprentice. An apprentice Blue Marble Science priest shall now be known as a farmer's boy.
From fields to the back benches.
Yeah, you can hear the cry of the farmer's boy.
From the back.
Yeah.
Wee, 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 wee.
That's what he shouts. Like, what? I'm not telling you. Yeah, I clipped a 4.5 hour video down to about 1.5 hours. But I think it's some of the best stuff. Some of the most clippable work I've ever done. Has everyone ever heard of Cursed with a High IQ? They called him Paul. Does anyone know who that is? Sounded like it could be that Aussie.
I've heard that name. It rings a bell.
Yeah. You know that guy that they kept putting us with on Modern Day Debate?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Could that be him?
What did you say the name was again?
They called him Paul.
Oh, I don't know.
Cursed with
I know
a
who
High
you're talking
IQ.
about.
I thought it was Critical Think, but they don't seem to think it's Critical Think. It's somebody else that they call Paul.
I can't say.
Well, like I say, I've been going over the video. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing what the Blue Marble scientists have to say when you relate geometry to their model.
Oh, yeah, they don't like that. They got to bend straight lines and do all kinds of crazy things with the horizon, with the horizontal.
Horizontal has to go.
Tilting plumb bobs all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I don't know. I think there's a lot of voice actors. Do you think it could be that Flat Earth Aussie, though? Because that'd be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it? That'd be a definite Flat Earth Society play to have somebody who's in modern day debates.
Hey, how do they measure if a plumb bob is not perpendicular with another plumb bob?
Always ask that question. You know what the answer is? You're not going to believe it.
No, I don't. I have never heard them say it.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
They reference a star.
for a plumb bob? What?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, just gets funnier every day.
Yeah, you don't use a plumb bob. That's step one is remove the plumb bob.
The actual thing that you want to be doing.
Yeah.
So, how do they use a star in the daytime?
Well,
That's a good question.
You'll have to ask Blue Marble. He's the expert at the minute. All of the people that have ever dealt with this, Jesse Kozlowski and the guy that may or may not live in Maine, they've disappeared. They've had to run away. They didn't feel brave enough to back any of their claims about this impossible stunt that they're trying to pull. Blue Marble's made a video just recently about it.
Here's one more question about the when it comes to plumb bobs. They say they can measure, it's like tilting away, I guess, but then they claim that they can't measure buildings tilted away. And it's like it should, if you could do one, you should be able to do the other thing. Doesn't make any sense to me.
You kind of broke up there. But I get the gist of what you said. Buildings tilted that we can't see, they claim, right?
Yeah, they say they can't measure it. But they can measure a plumb bob tilting away from the other. I don't know. It's all so ridiculous when you think about it and say it out loud.
Yeah, well, they have to say these crazy things. Yeah.
Look at this. Have you seen Stark Otter?
They do.
Can everyone see Stark Otter lurking? See what he's done? Anyone?
Yeah.
Anyone like
Yeah.
to interpret that and let us know what it is that Stark Otter's trying to say to people about this? We call this the Jippo thing.
Oh, where they don't prove anything in it, they just show a measurement beside a vat of water.
What is the measurement that they show?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like there's no reference to how they got it. They just, hey, target, water, one in the middle's higher. It's like,
there you go. Right? The one in the middle's higher. No. This very thing that Stark Otter is saying, right? He's saying that the one in the middle is higher. The hump.
Yeah, that's the hump right there.
Sean G and Big Blue said no hump.
Yeah, I know. But that picture there shows there's a hump in the middle.
Well,
it doesn't show it falling away. It shows there's a hump in the middle, which means they're lying scumbags. So don't trust a picture just because somebody like Stark Otter posts a picture to prove this. This picture, if it proves anything, it proves a hump in the middle, which is obviously wrong, even within the framework of their model. So ridiculous. So ridiculous that somebody like Stark Otter would imagine that is an argument that he can get away with. It's got pressure fittings and all sorts of stuff. Look how much water they've put in it. Black water. Black water. I think it's so sad that. But that, ladies and gentlemen, just goes to show you the deception methods that Stark Otter may have done it to himself. But that's one of the worst non-experiments that anybody has ever tried to pull the wool over people's eyes with. It's even worse than Blue Marble Science and his reciprocal zenith angles. just blatantly lying to people.
This is comical. It's just a standalone thing, or is it connected?
It's connected. It's connected with pressure fittings.
Okay. Okay.
And you can't really put pressure fittings.
Pressure fittings.
They would be leaking, yes. There's not enough pressure within
Something
the
that
system.
needs free flow.
Well,
Okay.
it needs pressure in order for the pressure fitting to work.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not enough pressure within that system. Doesn't work by the
Unbelievable.
amount of water put into it. Only works on a vertical height. Such a bad thing. We've been over it quite a few times.
So this is literally the water level humping in the middle.
Yeah, that's what they've expect. That's what they expect you to believe. There's like a 1, 2, like nearly a 2 centimeter hump in the middle.
And what's the distance? Does he have a distance?
I don't know. It just drives down a runway. Doesn't really say anything.
A runway of all surfaces. Wow,
Well, I don't really know if it's a
unbelievable.
runway.
It doesn't matter, but yeah.
And as you can see here, he's got in the top of this picture, he's got a theodolite on a tripod. No, it's not on a tripod. It's just on a metal framework of a thing there. Meaningless yellow markers. Meaningless. Put one in the middle with a bit of water. Show a picture. So sad for anybody that imagines that they believe any of this. It just shows you've been brainwashed if you accept that as anything. Stark Odder, that's right. Because we know you have, or you're trying to push it as something. Anytime he wants to come, and anyone wants to come from doing that test and come and talk to us, pretty much like Slice Barcane and his bending water level test, we'll have the conversation about that too. We can put them up side by side with our realizing Euclid test. They're pretty much comparable. And we can show you how that guy definitely didn't do that. Definitely doesn't exist within that sort of test. It's just a lie. Blatant lie. People imagining that they show everybody the hump. But I mean, Blue Marble said it again in that video that I went over. There's a vertical change. Like that measured vertical change that he imagines in that. There's a measured vertical change in Lake Pontchartrain, says Blue Marble Science. It's going to be a good year coming up. Blue Marble reciprocal zenith angles, the biggest joke. I almost feel sorry for him for what's to come. But then you've got the horizontal that they have to deal with too, and the straight line, and then LIGO. Imagine following on from one to the other to the other.
Oh, LIGO was a doozy. Shout out Blue.
Yeah. Well, that's where he's going to go. Because he's going to put... he's going to try and tilt... Well, he thinks he can falsify vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. Which is a massive claim for a Blue Marble scientist to make. But he's made a video. Imagine trying to rewrite the entirety of geometry on a not that statement.
Yeah. What kind of geometry are you using? Non-Euclidean.
Yeah, not that.
Not that.
You've heard of geometry? Well, not that. Our major skills are looking at lights in the sky and measuring angles, making predictions, and proving that we're right. That's the Blue Marble scientific method.
Hey, with my shit mic, I just want to add something to the lights in the sky.
Go on.
Okay, so when they look at the lights in the sky, they pretend that the lights in the sky are actually on the ground so that they know where they are.
Well, they don't
That's
pretend.
what-
They have a
That's what a GP is, right?
yeah.
Ground
Exactly.
position for your light in the sky.
That's right. They have a
Madness.
book. They have a book, Rob, and they
Yeah,
go
no, it's
look at it, and
madness.
it tells them that star is right there, right now. Yep.
Wally in the chat. It's good to have. Is it? Are you the number one now, Wally? Since Wolfie seems to have disappeared, he's gone the way of the Kozlowski and the guy that may or may not live in Maine. Can we say that of Wolfie? Wolfie now may or may not live in Maine. He's done a Kozlowski, and does that leave you, Wally, as number one? Right, yeah. Wally's sticking up for the ground position. We know where the ground position is. Wally's absolutely certain. Placing lights in the sky on the ground. He's gone and done an Oakley. That's good. Wally. Lights in the sky. I can remember saying that to Brian when Brian first came round here. I said, you cannot put a light in the sky on the ground. Wally can, though. Does that obviously works, Wally? It doesn't work, does it? You can't actually do that. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're talking about FE for, Wally. Is putting the lights in the sky on the ground, is that an FE thing, Wally? No, I'm not going to explain celestial navigation. I'm trying to get to my best understanding of what the argument is. Why? First off, question number one. Why do you want to put a light in the sky on the ground? What's the idea of that? That's one of my first questions.
So if you find 3 of them and you put 3 of them on the ground, you know where you are.
Apparently. Something to do with circles, though.
Yep. 3 circles triangulates your position.
But 3 circles with variable pi.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
So how would you find your position with 1 circle?
With a variable pi circle?
Yeah, I don't know about the variable pi circle, but just even a circle. Like, how do you find your position on the Earth with a circle on the ground?
Well, they don't even say that you can with only 1.
See, Wally says the star is at zenith and it's measurable.
Is it now?
Yeah. Right, Wally, can you answer the question? When you measure a light in the sky and then draw a circle, is your circle a variable pi circle? I guess the same one to Nathan Oakley. When Nathan Oakley measures an angle to a light in the sky, does he imagine that he can draw a circle? And is his circle a constant pi, or is it a variable pi circle? You're not putting the light. Well, he says you're not putting the light in the ground. You're acknowledging that the GP, the star is at zenith. That is measurable and works perfectly, yeah. So you're not actually putting the light in the sky on the ground. You're just acknowledging that the light is at the zenith.
Just look up and draw a straight line. Yeah. Right, Wally? Just look up and draw a straight line, right? You're right under that star, right? Uh-huh.
This is plumb bob from the start.
Yeah. No, literally, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, an inverted plumb bob to the star.
Backward engineered.
Yeah, a reverse plumb bob to, but it really makes it very, very difficult if you do that. Because Wally's sort of saying that you have to have a variable pi. Like, I don't think Wally realizes the implications. I'm not too sure Nathan Oakley understands the implications either. But they're slightly different depending on what your model is. So first off, we have to start with the formulation of the understanding of how actual geometric principles work. And then you'll find out who has the understanding of geometry. Seems like both of them want to be able to do magical things with just an angle. So they're both even on that point. But from there, it's, again, in everybody's ball court. I don't know what's going on. Nobody's able to explain the exact procedure of how it works. We've even asked Sean Hawkins, right? The originator of Polaris. I mean, Sean Hawkins made Polaris. He's that old, and that's his argument. Even he can't come and explain it. And he's even got a sextant. One of those fancy ones.
Yeah, it's remarkable. They both start off with a angle, and then they diverge. They do their mathematical whatever they do, and then they diverge, and one says tis globe, and one says tis flat. Yeah. All from an angle.
Equipotential angle of adjustment angle. Yeah, we've got that to come. RBD face. George. Because we did only go over half of the understanding of that. We've got the B-ball. Earth is life. A tangent to a straight line. The geometry and the geometric principles that these guys have to employ are just fantastic. I'm hoping that we can take everybody through the comedy routine that develops once you start along this route of fantasy. down the rabbit hole, let's say. Because it's truly Alice in Wonderland. That's just a straight line. Jeff, I mean, Blue Marble Science told us himself, his very words spoken. Zenith, plumb, and vertical are all in the same thing. That's it. Oh, and gravity. He added gravity, and all four of them are the same thing. So there's no need for you to mention any of them now, because the one that's most understood by people is vertical. That can be understood the most simply. And it seems as though the Blue Marble Scientists cannot have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. Everybody go, what? They're not allowed vertical and horizontal to be perpendicular. That's a shame. Never mind. Carry on. Wally says, yeah, Nathan can... Nathan only days he can do celestial navigation. Never had any FED guy actually shown a full sighting and location calculations.
He's right.
That's according to Wally.
I believe Wally is correct on that. Yes. I haven't seen one.
I think Wally should go over, right, and put again his proof that horizontals aren't parallel. Because that would be ideal, really, for him to go in there and do the level isn't horizontal, the new housekeeping question. You would imagine that there is loads of people that can go over there to Nathan Oakley's and sort of prove to Nathan now. He's caused enough drama about it. He may as well try and get a bit out of it. Like, you know, I bet they're queuing up. Queuing up at the door, waiting to go in there to tell Nathan exactly how level isn't horizontal. He has made a new housekeeping question. Come on, people, get over there. He's not interested in the proof that level is horizontal, but get over there and show him the proof that it's not. He'll just send QE out to say that you don't understand anything. You don't understand horizontal. How could you possibly have a proof that level is horizontal? You don't understand what horizontal is. You don't understand what geometry is. Doesn't that sound familiar? And that wasn't a Blue Marble Scientist. That was an impression of a flat earth debate Superman. Acting like a farmer's boy. A flat earth debate Superman acting like a farmer's boy. An apprentice. Blue Marble Scientist. Not even a fully fledged Blue Marble Scientist. Not ordained into the priesthood. Can't even spread his faith. It's just a lowly farmer's boy. Talking shit about people. Yeah, Wally, Benny's saying, well done, Wally. Big up to Wally. If Wally wasn't here, who would they have defending the globe model and all its ridiculousness? I'm not too sure. Wally, I like this. This is great. Imagine you're standing under a star.
You're just as delusional as they are, Wally.
i.e.,
Let's get that straight.
the star is vertically above you. And if I was 60 nautical miles away from you, then I would see that star at 89 degrees, not 90.
Of course.
That's fantastic, that, Wally.
His globe.
It is globe, yeah. It is globe. Where would these angles be measured from, Wally? Would that be two different angles? A 90-degree angle and an 89-degree angle. Fantastic. Genius. Wally, I'll tell you, I think I may have mentioned this once to Ruhif the other night. I know Nathan Oakley might think this is directed at him, but this one's directly for you, Wally. You can do fuck all with an angle. Don't get upset, Nathan. I said it to Wally. Wally, you can do fuck all with an angle. No matter how much you fantasize about it, you can still do fuck all with it. Don't get upset, Nathan. I was talking to Wally. I've never stood under a star. Never noticed, actually. Has anyone ever vertically measured to see whether they are underneath a star?
I tried once. I ran out of tape.
Wally says
Couldn't get high enough.
it is implied that they are from horizontal. 90 being directly overhead. So you mean horizontal and vertical are perpendicular? No way. You know, you can't have that on your model, Wally. That sounds awfully Euclidean. I'm not too sure you're allowed it. Have you checked with the council? There's no such thing as a horizontal and a perpendicular, as far as I know. I've been listening to a few blue marble scientists just recently, and apparently you don't have horizontal. In fact, who was it that we were talking to? Yeah, that's right. It was you, Wally. You don't have the straight line horizontal. It doesn't exist. You can't measure an angle of 90 degrees from a horizontal because horizontals don't exist. Wally, you told us that.
He also said one man's vertical could be another man's horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't know how this works, Wally. You can't actually measure an angle. You can't measure an angle because you, Wally, don't have a horizontal. It doesn't exist beyond a point. You can't make the line AB horizontal because you can't make the line AB horizontal. You told us that. No, that's not how it works, Wally. You don't really understand what perpendicular means. And I know it's very blue marble science of you to be geometrically illiterate. And it's very endearing, really, after all of this time, for you to not understand what perpendicular is. But we understand. We understand your confusion. Straight lines are hard for the blue marble scientists. And especially now, Wolfie's busy you won't be able to talk to him about it. So you'll have to go and have a word with Blue Marble Science and sort your method out. Blue Marble Science says he's proved that all perpendiculars to a plane are not parallel. So that's where you want to start, Wally. Yep. Yeah, there's a Mike Jones says horizontal and vertical are perpendicular everywhere, which is true. In reality, yes. The actual sense of perpendicular as well being the two straight lines or perpendicular to a plane. Like I said, the geometric formulation of all perpendiculars to a plane being parallel. When you establish a horizontal plane, then all the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be parallel. Just a little geometric fact. It's like a syllogism, but really call it an enthymeme. Bit left out. You should definitely go over, Wally. Go over to Nathan Oakley. He's struggling. He needs a bit of help. You're the ideal man to go over there and talk about this angle and what you can do with it. He'll be welcome. He'll think you're great, Wally. You could make a few videos out of it. He'll make a few videos out of it. You could even attempt to bring Dearth back into it. That'd be interesting. Remember the Bitcoin challenge, Wally? I bet you've got unfinished business there with Nathan Oakley. Wally's saying that horizontal is not perpendicular to vertical. I like the Blue Marble Scientist said. Yeah, it's good, Wally. It's good that you know that you still are dictated to by your model. We know. And we're going to be showing everyone exactly what is needed to occur. And you can be one of the spokespeople of your model if you want. I hope it's going to need a few Blue Marble Scientist spokesmen. The people that the ones that can actually say that shit.
At least he's consistent. Perpendicular verticals mean nothing to him. Horizontals, it's just a word that can be changed and reoriented. At least he's consistent with that.
Yeah, I'll have to get into that gadget. It would be good to see how many people would like to see Wally go over to Nathan Oakley and put forward his case for the measurement of an angle. I think you should, Wally. Hopefully everybody else. Let's give Wally a bit of encouragement. He's a bit shy. So with a bit of encouragement, we might be able to help Wally build up a bit of courage.
Wally.
Yeah.
Wally.
Wally's the man to do it. I mean, look at the Blue Marble Scientists. They're struggling. They need a win. And Wally could be that man. Wally could be the guy to go over there and finally put Nathan Oakley in his place. Show him exactly what you can do with an angle. Show him that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular. You never know, he might add that in as a new housekeeping question. Do you reckon we can get Nathan Oakley to add a new housekeeping question? Is there any proof that vertical isn't perpendicular to horizontal? I reckon he might do it. After this next year, he might be adding something like that. Is there any proof that horizontal isn't a straight line? Oh, no, sorry, Nathan Oakley doesn't do it like that. Is there any proof that horizontal is a circle? That's how you Oakley it. See, look at that, Wally. There's at least 5 votes there. That doesn't give you enough encouragement to go over to Nathan Oakley. Then I don't know what will. I'd even tune in and listen in. Let us know if you're going over there. We'll get a few extra views for you. Oh, sorry, for Nathan Oakley. I think so, Ian. That's his character that he likes to play. There is quite a few of them. There's a team of the Blue Marble scientists, mainly the Australian crowd, but Blue Marble Science himself, the leader, he's obviously not Australian. And Farmer's Boy's from the UK. Alan Davis, is it? Slanderer. Yeah, he's part of the team as well. It's they're all a bit older gents. Now that one I do know, Ian. Ian says, how did they work out 69 miles and 1 degree? What they did was they went 69 miles horizontally, and they measured an angle to a light in the sky, a particular light in the sky, the one that doesn't move, although they say it does move. But let's pretend it doesn't move. The big light in the sky that Sean Hawkins made. Well, you measure an angle to that light in the sky, and then if you walk either towards it or further away from it, 69 miles horizontally, then that angle changes by 1 degree, supposedly. I've never done it myself. Could just be an old wives' tale. I don't know if anybody has actually attempted to measure 69 miles horizontally, or an angle at each end of a 69-mile horizontal passage. That's right, isn't it, Wally? 69 miles, horizontally. I don't think Wally thinks that's possible. But that's how they did it. They measured 69 miles horizontally. Horizontally meaning 0 elevation change for 69 miles horizontal travel. And they measured an angle at each end of it. So first off, you'll have to have a conversation with somebody about whether the 69 miles horizontal is a possible thing. You validated it, did you? Did you measure that? Is that what was your horizontal distance between the two, Wally? That you measured? We'll go over that one. It requires an accurate baseline. So how did you measure your baseline, Wally? Accurately. That's not a horizontal distance travel. Whatever says Polaris is about 1 degree from the Earth's axis of rotation. Again, nice claim. I like it. Isn't it weird when you're talking about a horizontal distance from A to B and an angle measured at each end of it? Nobody wants to talk about it all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't know, Wally. I'm lost. It's my understanding that you travel 69 miles horizontally and measure an angle at either end. But hey, other people will have to go over that one. I'm guessing it'll be one of those usual things that nobody wants to talk about. Again, I don't understand what anybody's going on. That's all I understand about this. 69 miles and 1 degree is the 69 miles is a horizontal distance, and you measure an angle at either end, and that angle changes by 1 degree. Whatever says north-south distance doesn't have to be horizontal. You could go 69 miles up the side of a mountain. So you could go 69 miles vertically.
I would say that this is nonsense.
Yeah, that doesn't... 69 miles a horizontal travel.
Because this is perspective drop, so and objects behave that way that if distance is increased, they drop down in your vision. So going vertically, it doesn't mean that you are changing distance to this object. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, 69 miles travelled up a mountain. I think that's fantasy. But I guess you definitely prove it's not flat if you can see a 69-mile mountain. Rather a strange way to go around it. Wally, okay. Wally says, okay, so what I mean is the distance given by Google Earth matches exactly the angular difference to the GP of the target star. It is a horizontal distance. But you said that you couldn't have a horizontal distance, Wally.
So Google Earth assumes that this is not a globe.
Yeah.
From where is Wally said, we can infer that
Google Earth.
it is impossible.
It's a horizontal distance. Are you sure you want to say that, Wally? About Google Earth? It being a horizontal distance? Because I'm pretty sure that Wally said the other day. whatever. Again, these guys, I really like them. They're teaching us about the thing. He said, whatever says, I could be 69 miles north of you while I'm in the US and Bev is in the UK. And there will still be 1 degree difference in latitude between us. No. I'll have to say it again. You have to travel and the baseline and measure the baseline. Have you ever measured 69 miles horizontally? Has anybody ever done that? Because otherwise you're just stating that you are listening to the shadow giants. Wally, here we go. Wally says, horizontal distance is the segment of the great circle line along the surface of the globe.
So horizon is a circle. Well done, Wally.
There we go. Okay, we put it in the chat for everybody so they can see it. Get it in the video. Horizontal distance is the segment of the great circle line along the surface of the globe. I don't know about you. What do you reckon? Implications of that? Either the great circle is a straight line, as he's saying, horizontal, or he thinks horizontal is a circle. Which one are you going to go for?
I go for B. The one I said right away as soon as I heard it. Isn't that what you're thinking, Wally? Guaranteed it's that one.
Wally says, oh, so it is a straight line when using spherical geometry. Now you just sound like you're really confused, Wally. You sound lost, Wally. You sound like you've had your logical framework exploded. You sound like you're losing your mind, Wally. And I'm not trying to gaslight you here. I'm trying to help you. You sound like you're struggling with the basic concepts of what a straight line is.
It is the holidays, so he, maybe had one too many tonight.
And, well, coming through thick and fast tonight. We've got the delusional guys. Like you guys, you used to come in here. You can still come in at any time you want, right? Even though you've gone all shy about these things. Whatever. You could, you've been in. You made that video about your spinning water level. I mean, check this one out. Look here. Whatever says, I can find your latitude on your UK ordnance map, and it will match the elevation angle to Polaris from your location. Do you like that one? Circular reasoning. Not noticed. Don't worry about it. You can label an angle to a particular star. Latitude. That's fantastic. Whatever. He should get an award for this. For noticing that the angle measured is called latitude. And you can call your latitude the angle measured. Yeah, whatever. I know I can check it myself. But Have you ever checked the 69 miles of horizontal travel and the 1 degree change that's claimed? I have never done that. I'll admit that. I've heard stories about it, but I've never done it myself to make sure that that's exactly what happens. Wally says, Bev, if you truly believe you can do nothing with an angle, then go outside and do 3 sightings to 3 stars. 3 sightings to 3 stars. And tell us those figures. I think Wally wants us to dox myself. No, Wally. That would be 3 angles. So how can you say, if you truly believe you can do nothing with an angle, then go outside and get 3 angles? You can't see it, can you, Wally? Can't see your contradictions. Bit like Nathan Oakley. You can't see your own contradictions. Yeah, we have a grid reference in the UK, whatever. We all of the maps are to a grid reference with squares. That's what I was taught when I did my map learning when I was in Scouts. I wasn't. Cubs, Scouts, Venture Scouts. Did a lot of orienteering and stuff. All the maps came with a grid reference coordinate system. We didn't bother measuring angles to lights in the sky. The maps are the most accurate maps. Already, that's what we went from, the maps.
Bev.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came up with something, but you gotta tell me if it applies, because I believe all you're using here is an angle. Say you're an outfielder in the outfielder playing baseball, or a footballer chasing down another runner. Now, to get to the ball or to the runner, all you have to do is take the proper angle to get there. I know it doesn't apply to what we're talking about, but all you're using is the proper angle to get to where you need to be.
Speed as well.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
You have to.
I don't know.
Have to catch up
It's
with the
just a
speed.
thought I had.
You have to have the speed.
Exactly. That's
Speed
what
as well, right.
That's what I thought immediately. You gotta coordinate your speed. Yeah.
Yep, that's very true.
So right there, you got 2 factors right there.
See, this just shows I'm willing to embarrass myself here by coming up with stupid thoughts. It just came to me, and I just wanted to bring it up. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Good one, though.
But playing snooker, before you hit the ball, you have to calculate the path of the ball, including angles, how
Correct.
it will strike band or bands. So you have to predict angles.
Correct.
Not calculate, but kinda predict.
Well, your brain could be doing that in the background without you knowing it, calculating the proper angle. You don't know. Because you do get to the proper point most of the time to catch the ball or intercept that runner.
Yeah, but to play pool, you have your angle, right?
Yeah.
But then you got to strike. To complete the game, there's a lot of things you got to do, right?
Oh, yeah, I hear you, Essie. Yeah, it was
You got
just
to
a
grab
thought I
it.
had.
Yeah. No. Well, we're not. It's not a. We're just discussing it. That's good, actually. What you
I hear
said,
you.
because it'll get the gears spinning.
Sorry, Bev.
I'm laughing at Wally. Wally's saying, so now So you should also say now you can do fuck all with a distance. Like, why? In what scenario would that need to be used, Wally? Why would you say you can do fuck all with a distance? What does that mean? Doesn't make any sense, Wally. You're showing your confused state of mind. You're associating a distance with an angle and relating the two together. They're different, Wally.
Maybe if you add the word single, it'll be less confusing for some. I don't know.
Like, they just want to change an argument from one thing to something else. Sort of like building a straw man. That, you know, to take you into a position where you don't and never were. So now you should also say you can do fuck all with a speed. A speed, Wally, is a distance over time. It's already two things, a speed. Crazy lunatic. Wally's having a mental breakdown here, live for us now. I'm sorry, Wally. All because of the angle and your defense of Nathan Oakley about it. You should really go on to Nathan Oakley and sort this stuff out. You've got problems, Wally, and you need somebody to talk to. I think Nathan Oakley, he's your man. He can sort your head out, Wally. He can help you with your argument. He'll put you right. Nathan Oakley knows about these sort of things. Get in there. Geniuses of the globe. The blue marble scientist. Distance means all sorts of things to a vertical and a blue marble scientist. I find it hard to believe how a blue marble scientist can have a horizontal distance when they don't actually believe that horizontal distances exist. I'd say I call that diletheism. The way that they can allow themselves to do that. Only allow themselves to do that. They'll not allow anybody else to do it.
It's like anti-logos, you know? It's like they fight it with all their might.
Yeah, never talk about it. The best they can do is sit in the chat, coming up with half-formulated ideas that they can discuss over at Blue Marble Science. Is he going live? I hope he is. I hope Blue Marble Science is going live. Because Blue Marble Science, he's another one. He could go over to Nathan Oakley and tell Nathan Oakley that they've got an actual distance to the light in the sky. Wally could do it also. Surely you can measure an angle and get a distance to the light in the sky. You can do all sorts of things with an angle.
Use the force, Wally. Use the force.
Did you hear if Jeremy went over there today or not?
I'm not sure. Didn't hear anything. Wally, don't be logos phobic. Use the force. Don't be anti-logos.
Is that J Rose put? No, John. An angle is 2D only. A vector is 9D. Is that because of all of the axes of rotation that you add in? Godzilla's just bought a new car with an angle. I like it. Yeah, we see. Yeah, there you go. Gadgets. Let us know there. Wally, Blue Marble, bolster your team. Take a Blue Marble scientist with you, so you too can go over there. You surely, both of you, could build up enough courage to talk to the Oakley and give him one of the proofs that he's been asking for. Maybe you could give him a proof that level isn't horizontal, or you could give him a distance to the light in the sky. Any of the lights in the sky, he'd be acceptable of all of them. Wally says on a globe you don't need a distance. Nathan does because he's trying to do it on a flat plane. Well done, Wally. You've took that one on. You know there's no such thing as a flat plane. That's something that only people who are obsessed with flat like to put in front of plane. Well done. Shows whose team you're on, Wally. So they don't need a distance. On the globe, apparently.
But they still want to measure some distance.
Not according to Wally. No distance is involved. It obviously can't even have a distance of a circle like a radius. That's not allowed. So there will definitely be no circles in any of it. Right, Wally? No circles, no distances, just an angle. That's all Wally needs. No, RH, you can't imagine that the light's an infinite distance away. It's not how it works. Blue Marble. This is where the Blue Marble scientists come around. We have a proof, a realizing Euclid proof, where all of the points of a water level lie within a horizontal plane. Blue. Is that what you're talking about? The realizing Euclid test? I hope so. Because you may have been mistaken. It didn't prove that level isn't horizontal. That's all on you, Blue. Nice of you to show up, yes. Ridiculous claim, Blue. A typical method of the Blue Marble scientist saying, well, no, you did it. No, Blue. That's ridiculous and obviously exposing yourself as a Blue Marble scientist. Lying, deceiving, cheat. But hey, that's what we've come accustomed to. Thanks for letting everybody know. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, whatever. Continue with your blue marble scientific bullshit. Anything will do this time of year. Coming to the end of the year. Did we say that we're going to go over to Gem Pandas? I hope somebody's let Gem Panda know. Saturday. Yeah, Mobius. Yeah, Blue's completely been confused about what we do. Okay, Blue. Well, I mean, again, the blue marble scientific method is being employed in the chat. And blue marble. We've obviously been over Euclid plenty of times. Anybody can go back and look over any of the videos that we've gone over. We can show you all of the Euclidean methods and principles involved in it. But blue marble, like Mobius has just said, likes to misrepresent things. Show everybody how the blue marble scientist completely mixes everything up. Does everything backwards and upside down. Some people may call it lying, deceitful behavior, but we all know it's the blue marble scientific method. You can't really call them lying, deceitful scumbags because it's an actual scientific course of action now.
Not that science.
Oh. Well, thank you, Gods. Thanks a lot. Yeah. God says, super chats will be drying up from me to Nathan and Arwin. You can reap the rewards, Bev. Thank you. And anytime you're welcome to come in, Gods. Get involved. That's what we like to see. Are you going to bed? Okay. No, night. Blue marble science confusing the shit out of people. Mainly with his model. But hey, it's only to be expected of the blue marble scientists. No, blue marble science. I said, obviously, in reality, horizontals are perpendicular to vertical. They definitely exist in reality. But as you said, and as Wally have said publicly, the model, the blue marble scientific model, doesn't have a horizontal existing beyond the point. That's what I was pointing out. How hypocritical the blue marble scientists are when they claim diletheism. They want horizontals to exist because they obviously do in reality. But they aren't willing to accept that their model dictates that horizontal is only at a point, like they say themselves. And we can show you exactly geometrically why this occurs. We can show you the diletheism that's going to recur within the blue marble scientist. I think we can explain it much better than anybody else. And obviously the diletheism and what we would normally call as lying, scumbag, deceitful people. we will show you that this is the actual method that the blue marble scientists must employ in order to confuse people. They've been doing it for years, with the aid of a few people that have been helping them along the way, i.e. Nathan Oakley and QE. And like I did hear that Arwin as well. Arwin. He's been making up a few things for the globe model for Nathan. Wally seems to think that spherical pi is different than pi. When you have a variable pi, he thinks nobody knows that that's got something to do with spherical pi, when it obviously has. Wally can't see the implications of it. Yeah, Wally, the only way you can get pi to change is by fucking about with the radius, Wally. Everybody knows that. Don't try and make it out that it's some sort of a genius argument that you've come up with. Blue marble science said that pi changes. It's a variable. He also said about a radius on the surface of a sphere. And the surface of a sphere is constant curvature. So a radius with constant curvature is what blue marble has actually said, Wally. Please try and grow up. Mentally, at least. Try and understand the implications of what your master is telling you. Just have faith that he knows and you don't. There's no need for you to get involved, Wally. There, if anybody can see the chat, you can see the blue marble scientists attempting to convince each other. Yeah, there's how can pi be changing, Blue? Obviously, because you've put it on the surface of a sphere. You've changed a radius onto the surface of a sphere. You've made a radius into a constantly curving line. Not a straight line anymore. That's why you've added a variable to pi. Because you've tried to draw a circle on a sphere, you muppet. That's you, Blue. Any way that you think you can try and convince yourself that it's not you that said that, Blue, you go ahead. Try and do whatever you can. But in the end, Blue Marble Science, you said pi is variable. That was you, Blue Marble Science. You're going to have to live with it. Drawing circles on spheres is something that's impossible. Literally impossible. Radius changes. It's not on the plane.
That's because the circle is two-dimensional and the sphere is three-dimensional.
Yes. Exactly.
So how do you have a three-dimensional circle? Like a dome. He's
What?
a domer.
Wally.
Blue's a domer. Blue believes in the dome. Never mind. Just
Uh,
trying to be funny. Because that's basically what your circle on a globe is a dome. Weirdos. And yet we're the ones that don't get it.
this one. This one's a good one. When a circle is on the surface of a sphere, there are two R's. The R of the sphere and the R of the circle. I would state it's not even an R of a circle. Because the...
This
go on.
this circle is not a circle, it's just a section of a sphere. Just it. Partial surface of the sphere, if you draw a circle.
Yeah, because the point that you put your compass is not on the same plane as the circumference that is drawn from the center.
Yes, so you are drawing with that compass only a slice of the sphere.
It's not a circle. Because the radius of that circle is not the radius of the compass. That's why it's not a circle. It's not a two-dimensional figure that's being drawn. The center point that you are using is not the center point of the circle. It's on a different plane entirely. That's why Blue Marble imagines that he can call that spherical pi. It's not. It's just not a circle. But that's Blue Marble Science and the Wally. Blue Marble Science and the Wally. What a team. Wally was the guy that said that horizontals don't exist. And Blue Marble Science is the guy that says pi has a variable value when you draw a circle on a sphere. How fantastic is that? If that's not magic, I don't know what is.
It is, because you cannot draw a circle on the sphere.
Yeah.
This is impossible. Like you cannot draw a straight line on the sphere.
It's not a circle, Blue. What, do you know what? I hope you do understand what a circle is. Blue Marble doesn't even know what a circle is now. I'm guessing he's going to be talking about Blue Marble scientific circles. They're going to be made up pretty quickly. They're going to have to be made up pretty quickly. That's a good question from Mobius. Mobius says, when Blue draws a diagram with 3 intersecting horizontals, does that mean horizontal doesn't exist, Wally? I know, it's bad, isn't it, Wally? Blue Marble Science. You can obviously read all of the comments that you're putting out here, Blue Marble Science. And I know it's got to be embarrassing being the one that stated that pi has a variable value. And I would imagine that after saying something like that, Blue Marble Science, you may think that other people saying that you said that with an obvious way of saying it, right? Did you record it? I did. I've got a recording of it. I thought it was great. I think I might clip the bits out tomorrow individually and put those bits out. There was a few of them. The spherical pie variable / variable blue marble science, and Wally with the horizontals that don't exist. Oh yeah, look, there you go. There you go, Blue. The horizontal planes. Are they the horizontal planes that don't exist, Wally? He's got A, B, C. And he's got 3 arrows. Is he pointing to the horizontal planes that don't exist? Is that what those arrows are there for? Blue, I'm saying I'll put it out tomorrow. I'll get all of the clips sorted tomorrow. Spherical pie. Charlie, yeah, I do in Discord, yeah. I'm always here. If anybody wants to come in for a chat, come into the on the level Discord server. Come in and have a chat. You'll find us here all day.
Every day,
Yeah.
except the weekend.
Well, no, I'm here at the weekends as well. I'm a carer. I have chance to be here all the time. So if anybody wants to come for a conversation at any time, anybody wants to come. If there's any blue marble scientists that want to come and discuss variable pi, or how we could possibly get pi to vary, any other methods you want to try and employ to make pi variable, anything you want to try. Blue Marble's going live to play his spherical pie thing. Anybody wants
Would
to
that
go
be
over
like
there? Go on.
Would that be like the radius of an egg?
Well, I don't know. You have to have a word with.
Oh, I'm
Blue.
just trying to think of how they got these variable radiuses. Unless it's like an
I think
egg.
it's possible, right? Impossible. I think the entire thing of having a variable pi is completely impossible. Anybody who said anything about varying any pi, whether it be on a sphere or a sausage or anything really, it doesn't really make any difference. You cannot vary pi. It is a constant. But Blue Marble thinks it's different, right? You can draw a circle on any shape and vary pi. Yeah, like Rumpus says, there's no point coming into Bev's server. It's not my server, Rumpus. Well done. So that's straight. Nobody go to Bev's server. I don't have one. So don't go there. Come here to on the level, not my server. And I think we can have another vote if everybody's okay with Rumpus not coming in to do anything. Just let us know. He's not banned, but you know, if anybody knows why Rumpus is scared to come in here, put your suggestions in. Let us know. What do you think? Why do you think Rumpus is scared to come in? Do you think it's to do with
Because you won't let him
censorship?
post his stupid pictures.
Yeah, he can post any of his pictures. He wants to do gratuitous globe. No, what he means is he wants to come in and put his screen on display, and then he wants me to broadcast his screen. And as we know, we've had gratuitous globe science people, and we don't do that.
Yeah, I wish you'd just stop saying gratuitous globe science because it reminds me of what was posted, and I hate seeing that.
And we don't want to see it again, do we?
No,
so that's
every time I hear you say that, it replays in my brain, and it's painful enough.
Yeah. See this? Look, this is a picture here, Rumpus. This is a blue marble science diagram where he's got arrows pointing at the horizontal planes that don't exist, like Wally said. Gonna give who a Wally ban? No, we did it for your own good, Wally. You were obsessed. We had a general vote about Wally, and he was becoming totally obsessed. Yes, Wally, we did it for your own good. You became obsessed with logic, and it started to fry your brain to a point that you just couldn't handle it. So we gave you space, Wally. You needed that space. What Wally was doing, generic, he was taking any picture that we ever did, and he was just confusing it. He was literally going mad. If we said a straight line was straight, Wally would say we said a straight line was a circle. He'd lost his mind. He'd obviously shown everybody how the mental breakdown occurs with the globe model. Blue marble science actually did Wally's head in. It's made him insane. He can't process actual information from reality anymore without putting it through a blue marble scientific filter. And it's a little bit embarrassing. He still comes in here to do say all of this sort of stuff. He's still obsessed. He can't keep away. Even after we tried to save him from himself.
Hey, so I was thinking about the newest housekeeping question that the FED superheroes make,
Mm-hmm.
where it's not a claim. Like they're not making a claim with that question. They're trying to prove it's not horizontal or something.
I think he's trying to
Where
get these blue marble scientists to go in there.
and make a claim, right? Like,
Well, to give him the proof that he requires. He's
yeah,
got
it's
no
not
proof.
horizontal.
Yeah, he's got no proof for
But
himself, obviously.
what I was thinking is like we could maybe have our own housekeeping where we just make claims because we have a claim that level is horizontal with proof.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be our first housekeeping question. But how do we formulate it as a question?
Well, no, we have the 12. The 12 basic, I don't even know what to call them. They're just the 12
Facts
basic
of
understanding so we can have a communication with each other. But nobody wants to go through them. Nobody wants to listen to them. They destroy, they destroy a model. And they can't go through it. They know that. Rumpus, you have no argument. Everybody knows you have no argument, Rumpus. There is no argument that can be made to positively claim the globe model. It's not possible. And you can definitely do that.
He is making negative statement about horizontal being not from horizon. This is the best one, I think, from him.
Rumpus, I'll say it again, Rumpus. You have no argument for us to censor. We cannot censor something that doesn't exist, Rumpus. You have no argument. That's it. Simple. So if anybody's listening to Rumpus, just make it absolutely clear that Rumpus has 0 arguments. Not one. So we cannot censor something that doesn't exist, Rumpus. Law of identity. You have no argument. Sorry, Paper.
No problem. That's correct. So his best argument is that, or one of the best arguments is that horizon and horizontal has nothing to do with each other. So this is his best shot.
Is that right, Rumpus? One of your arguments is the horizon, although containing all of the letters in the same order, just with tal after it, there's supposedly nothing to do with each other. I've never heard that one.
He wrote it many times in the chat, in YouTube chat, many times where he was here. So this is not just one mention, many times.
Yeah, Rumpus, he's rewriting the same thing again, yet he has 0 arguments, yet he says that they're censored. I'm guessing Rumpus thinks I've censored the arguments from his memory. That's what we've done, right, Rumpus? You think we've censored every one of your arguments from your memory, and you're blaming us for you not having any arguments. Oh,
What's up?
well,
Hey, Bev, you know it with Blue and Rumpus and the other globetards, all you're going to get is repeating of the shadow giants. That's all it is, the textbooks.
I don't think so.
They'll-
You're not
the
Rumpus
religion-
can't even do that.
Well, that's their fallback. They fall
Mm.
back to that. If they get, tongue-tied, they just open one of their books and boom, there it is. Unless it conflicts with the globe model.
Rumpus says etymology has no value in argument. Is that because Rumpus has employed the Ruhif definitions are meaningless?
Yep.
I think so.
It is wrong because if we have subject and predication, so horizon would be subject and horizontal would be predication. And it means that there is no logic for Rumpus. He's just trying to destroy logical statement. As we know, it is sentence. So sentence is nonsense or no value creating sentences for Rumpus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to express that, but this is mental for me.
We'll just call you a moron if you don't agree with them.
Yes, of course, but still, horizon.
That's his go-to.
Horizon is subject, horizontal is predication, and for Rumpus, it has nothing to do with each other.
I think what we should be doing first off, when we get into the logic, we need to go over the argument, because I'm betting that Rumpus, in Rumpus's mind, and mainly most of the people that are listening too, they won't know what an argument is, because people like Nathan Oakley and Jem Panda and all of them have changed the idea of a debate into just shouting at people and doing strange things with your body parts to other people, right? That's argument has changed so much over these, however long these people have been around this arena. And it's not what a typical argument would be. Like, Rumpus hasn't got an understanding of what an argument actually is. Probably have something to do with his scattergun approach. It's like, because his brain's in all sorts of fragments. It's been exploded. It's not his fault. I mean, this is a blue marble scientific procedure that you have to go through in order to employ not logic. And you have to have a hatred of logic. We call it the misologists. These people literally hate reasoning.
Rumpus is writing that horizontal is not determined from the horizon. Yes, it is, because and
the
we are talking about,
right? Because what Rumpus is going to play the QE game, where QE thinks that the horizon is needed for you to establish a horizontal. No, Rumpus, we're talking about the etymology of the word. There's a difference.
this is what we are doing, but horizon and horizontal, they are linked because they are the same. It means parallel.
Yeah.
They are similar always.
Yeah, all
don't need-
horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon can either state that all horizontals are parallel to each other, or that the horizon is horizontal. It can go both ways within the logical statement. They're all linked together. It's sort of a tautology, so everything can prove itself within that formulation of logic.
Yes, and by the way, water level, it means that this is just part of the water horizon. We just subtract tube with water, but it behaves the same at the sea, let's say. It is not at rest, but at the far distance we can see just a line, like still water, and it behaves the same in the tube called water level. So it is the same. We are just creating like horizon in the tube, small horizon. So I don't know why he is insisting that it is not, it has nothing to do with the horizon, water horizon. Yes, it has, of course, physically, it does.
Yeah, Wally seems to think that it's upon me to prove that there is a plane of horizon, if horizon is put there, but I'm presuming he means plane of horizon. I'm not the one that has to prove that, Wally. It's within the dictionary definitions of horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's provable. It's a provable truth, Wally, within the logical argumentation. They're not saying that you have to prove it. It's already proved. It can be proved within the statement. Crazy. This is blue marble science argumentation. You should bring Betty out. Betty's got a good one. He did a good one today. Wait, like Rumpus. Betty has told Rumpus that the arguments that we presented aren't arguments. And Rumpus, like the good little sheep has listened to a shadow giant completely deceive him. And he's fine with that. He's okay. He can't understand any of the arguments that we've put forward. Even the geometric arguments that are based entirely within geometry. He can't understand that. He doesn't know what an argument is. Beddy, obviously, the proofless globe logician, the one who Rumpus is taking advice from. You've employed the wrong person on your team, Rumpus. He's going to expose you and everything that you're doing. You seriously don't think you can get away with saying that's not an argument when it's obviously an argument? One of the most simple arguments that we possibly could make. No, gods. At the minute, Rumpus's argument is that's not an argument. Not that. That's it. Rumpus, you cannot employ logic. You're a blue marble scientist. You're not allowed to employ logic, Rumpus. You have to run from it. You have to deceive people. Even your sophistry cannot employ logic. That's how far removed from logic you are, Rumpus. Yes, Rumpus, we know what a sound and valid argument is. We've made many. We've made plenty unfalsifiable logic. Rock solid. Some of the most rock solid logical arguments you'll ever see. They'll come from this Discord server. Guarantee it. We'll have people running from argumentation next year, constantly. One of Rumpus's tactics of saying that's not an argument, obviously, that's the best that they've got. They've got no rebuttal. They have no counter arguments. They've got nothing. Rumpus is showing that. Not just Rumpus, but any of them. Even Beddy, their logician, can't come up with an argument. He can't come up with a rebuttal to an argument. You've got nothing. And I hope everybody can understand what Rumpus is doing here in the chat. Sounds like it looks like it's a copy and paste job to me, that he keeps posting it over and over again. Do you reckon somebody else has handed that to him? Everybody watching the chat, seeing how active Rumpus is. Should go and give a bit of attention to Nathan Oakley, Rumpus. Go and tell Nathan that we don't understand what an argument is. Go and team up. I would. Get over there. You'll get a bit of a show in, Rumpus. Here we go. Because you can always trust the Rumpus. And the you don't understand. Oh. Here we go. Here's Rumpus. Try thinking. That's me. This is a famous Rumpus quote. Rumpus says, "You don't understand basic geometry, logic, or maths." That's the basic stuff, Rumpus says. Because Rumpus could obviously show how we lack in understanding of the basic geometry, logic, or maths. He says you can't even form an argument, even though we are the only ones who have really actually formulated any arguments to be put forward. He obviously didn't see the debate that I had with Blue Marble Science, where I made 2 arguments to deliver to Blue Marble Science. And he says, let alone form the logic of one. Well, I mean, you be the judge of that. Whether Rumpus is the voice of reason, or whether the arguments that we put forward are actually arguments, or whether Rumpus has the best arguments. Surely you've heard some of Rumpus's best arguments formulated.
By the way, Baby debunked this claim from Rumpus that the horizon has nothing to do with the horizontal. Can you remember this picture that Baby brought in his last, I think, presentation? These 2 bottles, and in the background there was horizon. These bottles with water or whatever, whiskey, like funny water level, and in the background was horizon. And this, let's say, level of this water in 2 bottles was aligned with horizon. So Baby proved to Rumpus that, yes, water level creates horizontal, and it has everything to do with horizon in background. Can you remember this picture from Baby's presentation last time?
Which, the God one, or the one where he religified the globe for them? That one?
No, the another. I think it was last one about celestial navigation. I think there was a picture of 2 bottles with some liquid inside, and in the background was horizon. And they are, of course, parallel to each other. I am not very sure, but I think it was this last one about celestial navigation. He put this picture as a joke or whatever, but still it debunks Rumpus' claim.
Well, what do you think about that, Rumpus? Rumpus has said it himself. Anyway, I've got a few clips. I think he keeps going. See, I got a few clips of some stuff. Well, I looked through these things today. These are the Beddy. Seeing as Rumpus keeps bringing these up, well, we can go over this. A few of the things that Beddy said. Some of the things he said. So I'll do this one first. This is
so there's no logical connection between long and lat and shape of the Earth.
There you go, Beddy. That's Beddy, the globe, the proofless globe logician that says there's no logical connection between long and lat and the shape of the Earth. That's one of the top globe logicians. Rumpus, would you call that an argument? Or just like a statement? I'm not too sure. Here's another one. He says...
That doesn't follow logically, but that's something we can agree.
That doesn't follow logically, but I think that's something we can agree. Have you ever heard of a logician asking you to agree on something not following logically? Does that make any sense at all? I wouldn't know. What would you reckon, Rumpus? You're your logical master. And here's another one. This is one of the favourite ones, I think. I like this one.
No, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah.
Make sure you listen to that last one, Paper. Because that's genius. I'll play it again. Play it again.
No, they proved they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's what proof's about. Proof is about proving that you can't prove things. That's a logician, a blue marble scientific logician saying nonsensical shit.
That they proved that you cannot prove fifth postulate. You have to assume that. So, sorry.
It's a joke, isn't it? I mean, like, Rumpus is here telling us that this guy is the one that said that we couldn't make an argument, yet he's turning logic upside down and saying such nonsensical shit that you couldn't listen to this man, especially if he's talking about argumentation. It doesn't make any sense. He wants you to agree to something that doesn't follow logically. And then he says that you can prove that you can't prove something. And that's what logic is about. It's not. Logic isn't about anything like that. I've got loads of these clips of people saying stupid shit, because the conversations that I've had are with these people, and for some reason, whenever I talk to some people, especially the model afflicted ones, they end up saying some really stupid shit. Like, really stupid shit. None more so than the proofless globe logician, Betty. Rumpus's mate. He's called Beddy because Rumpus was his mate. He came in to help Rumpus out with the Bedford levels. Rumpus trying to confuse gourds. I don't think it's that easy, Rumpus. I think everybody is onto you right now as being the gaslighter that knows nothing, the one that trusts the guy. You trust the proofless logician, the one that says you can prove that you can't prove. And then gets excited about it. I'll play it again. It's one of the best ones.
No, they proved, in effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, exactly. That's what proof's about. Proof's about proving that you can't prove things. Of course. How can somebody claim to be a logician, Rumpus, and not understand what proof is within a logical form?
And how can you prove not proving?
It's fallacious. It's a fallacious statement that's obviously said by a confused mind who's only pretending to be a logician. There's no actual way that this guy has anything to do with logic in any way. He's a fraud. And Rumpus, obviously, is using this man to, I don't know, confuse himself? Confuse everybody else. Rumpus, you do not have that much sway. Right? People are noticing now, Rumpus, you're full of shit. And the people you're bigging up are also full of shit. Just by the fact that you're associating yourself with them, everybody knows instantly that they're going to be full of shit, just like you. It's obvious now, Rumpus. People can see right through it. Whatever you say means absolutely nothing, Rumpus. Everyone can see through you. You've got nothing. There's no argument. Rumpus, that's just blatantly false. That's a diletheist mind. A mythologist. Does everybody want to see that? This is perhaps one of the most deceitful things that Rumpus has ever said or tried to push to somebody, and I would say it's almost bannable, right? Because Rumpus is in the chat there now, in our chat, talking to the people that are in our chat and blatantly lying. Now, I'd say it's up to gods, right? What do you think? Is it worth keeping him around to expose how bullshit it is? Or do you feel personally aggrieved at the fact that he's just tried to lie this shit to you? He's gaslighting. Does everybody understand that Rumpus is just a bullshit? Or do you think there may be people out there that actually think and they may take any of this stuff that Rumpus has said? Because if there is a chance that somebody may pick up on this and they think that Rumpus is the authority and they're learning that from our chat, then they may associate the bullshit that Rumpus comes up with, that they later rely on, with us here. What do you think? How do we deal with it? How do we deal with a lying, deceitful shitbag like Rumpus? With no argument, no nothing. Never has had anything. He just comes with insults.
Did Rumpus say that you can't prove anything logically in the real world?
Yep. but you can
Ask
never prove
Rumpus.
anything logically about the real world.
Ask Rumpus if we can prove that we're having this conversation right now.
Uh-huh. He's well, Rumpus wouldn't be able to, would he? Thinks he's a fucking computer or something.
He's an absolute midwit, dipshit, 100 IQ loser.
You go
That's
that
being
high, 100.
Yeah, he's 100. He is 100. He is not an 85 IQ because he can type. He can type. He is an average IQ. He's perfectly average. He's the most average, boring loser I have ever had the chance of reading nonsense from. He is nobody.
Yeah.
Rumpus, you're a fucking loser.
He says here, this is Rumpus saying to Saragaki, he says, this is Saragaki he's saying this to, right? He knows nothing about Saragaki, Rumpus. Useless person that Rumpus is making this. He says, you are too stupid to understand logic, geometry and maths, and to appreciate the quality of my arguments. He's delusional as well. Rumpus thinks he has an argument. Completely delusional.
He has an argument. He can prove something. In reality, he literally contradicts himself with everything that he says.
Yeah, that's how pathetic he is. That's why I'm saying like 100 IQ. Are you sure? Like, you know,
I've met a lot of 100 IQs, and this is what they come up with. They're just lukewarm enough to come up with stupidity. The 85, 90 IQs are like, yeah, I don't care. Like, just let me live my life. And then when they get to 100, they're like, oh, I'm a genius now. And that's Rumpus. He thinks he's a genius.
We've got this. I'll go over this one because I've got another one ready and waiting here. So he says a bit further on, Page says to him he's got nothing, and Gord says about the abstract improvable, and then Rumpus says to Page, because these guys don't like women. They've got something against women, not just Rumpus, Blue Marble Science, Nathan Oakley, QE. There's a lot of them. Put them all in the same category. Rumpus says, Page, I have everything. You are willfully ignorant and too stupid to realise how stupid you are. Rumpus. Terrible. And then again, Rumpus, Saragaki, you are not qualified to argue with me. Blatantly delusional. Rumpus has no arguments. He knows that. Everybody knows Rumpus has nothing.
And how Rumpus is qualified? Let's ask.
Yeah. No qualification, Rumpus, or do you have a qualification in argumentation?
Horizon has nothing to do with horizontal. This is logical statement of Rumpus.
Again, he says nothing can be proven in reality, so he admits he has no arguments for anything in reality.
Yeah.
He can't be this stupid.
I think he can. I think half of this stuff that we're going through at the minute, right, obviously, is a group of people that like to deceive people about saying something that they think they're doing, right? If they just keep going round saying that your argument's no good and you don't have an argument, and perhaps nobody will ever notice that they don't actually have an argument themselves. That goes for Nathan Oakley too. Where's the arguments? Where are they?
Don't be afraid to make a claim.
Yeah.
Which a lot of flat earthers are afraid to make a claim. And a lot of globe earther claims are debunked.
Yeah, once you know and once you understand logic and the logical argumentation, you can make claims that can be backed. You can place that claim within a syllogism, within a logical argumentation form. And you can place it anywhere within the argument. That's the beauty of argumentation within logic and the logical form, and how closely it's linked to the mathematical form. You can maneuver these positions around, just like within mathematics. You can do the same within a logical formulation of an argument. We'll show you next year. Obviously, we've already done some arguments and we've wrote them out. Rumpus has got nothing. Rumpus is talking to his God. I know, it makes you religious, doesn't it, Rumpus? Rumpus wants to employ inductive logic. That's the surefire thing that you know you're dealing with a dialetheist. Rumpus has put geometry and logic within a abstract form, separated it, and then put in its place an inductive logical form with some and maybes allowed within it. It's very clever. And I'm guessing they've got away with it for years. I know, because I've been round these conversations. I've talked to these people and I've listened to them and listened to the way that the arguments form, the non-arguments form. And they're just out to try and confuse everybody. They want everybody as confused as they are. They've lost their logical system. It's been exploded, and they want everybody else to be in the same state of confusion that they're in. Well, time to break out of that. People shouldn't have to live in the same state of confusion and have to deal with people that are trying to gaslight you constantly. Hopefully, we'll try and show you that this is not normal. But within this arena, this has become a custom. This is normal behaviour. Shouting and screaming at people and placing body parts in other people's mouths and stuff like that has become the regular, accustomed thing. Not here, not within this Discord server. Just logic and the argumentation form of the argument. It's what's more important. I think it's interesting because now at this time, after we start talking about this advanced simplicity and breaking things down as simple as possible, look at what's happening. Why is Rumpus in the chat here? I mean, what does Rumpus ever have to offer other than trying to confuse people? But yeah, he's in the YouTube chat. Blue Marble Science. Wally. It's so sad that the great giants of the globe have been resigned to text chat trolls. I guess we could claim that as a victory. A victory for actual arguments. People don't want to come in and talk about the actual arguments we have. They'd rather be assigned to text chat trolling. Show us how strong the globe argumentation is. You can't, because there is no argument for the globe. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. Not one argument able for anybody to be placed forwards. Blue Marble thinks he's done one. Whereas Wally thinks he also has an argument. We will be putting the spotlight on those this new year. Yeah, Mike's noticed there about Rumpus saying you're not qualified. Of all of this, every time that we ever talked about anything, has anyone ever heard what Rumpus's actual qualifications are for anything? Within any of this? What's his expertise? What did he specialise in? What's he got as his specialist subject? What's Rumpus the expert in? Nothing. He's not got anything. Absolutely nothing. Rumpus wants a contradiction. Let me have a look. Rumpus. Contradiction, Rumpus asks for. You ready for this one?
Yeah, and straight lines in spherical geometry on the surface of a sphere are curved.
Straight lines are curved. Is that contradictory enough? Let's see if we can find another one, Rumpus. Or you're asking somebody else to do it? Here's a longer one. There we go, 25 seconds. So if I go quiet for a bit, it's because I'm listening to
I think this is where the confusion starts. You use a water level to create a horizontal, but what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation. And because the water level gives a horizontal, he's all confused. Because by that sort of that combination of words.
Water level does give a horizontal now then, right?
No one's disputed it didn't.
Okay.
That's
brilliant.
Specifically,
A water level does give a horizontal, and nobody's ever contested that. Maybe a contradiction, Rumpus? I don't know. I'll
water level does give horizontal. Sorry. According to Rumpus.
Yeah. And this one, 15 seconds.
Can I just finish that point though? Remember the Earth is incredibly flat. Remember the Earth is incredibly flat. Remember the Earth is incredibly flat. Remember the Earth is incredibly flat.
There you go. Remember, Rumpus, is that contradictory? Remember? I've never said that. I wouldn't ever say that. I would say that's fucking ridiculous for anybody to say that. But Rumpus, he's fine with it. One more. There we go. This one. Last one. Rumpus.
Flat. They mean level, which means curved. Flat. They mean level, which means curved.
Flat, which means level, which means curved. That's Rumpus with his if A equals B, and B equals C, then Rumpus can associate flat with curved. Yep, well done, J-Ro. It's great, isn't it? Rumpus has never said anything that's ever contradictory. That's right, Rumpus. Is that what you said? You wanted people to tell you and show you somewhere where you had contradicted yourself. How many do you want? How many contradictions do you want to make? You've said fucking loads of them, Rumpus. Everybody has. You all contradict yourselves, but you don't even know what a contradiction is. So sad, so sad. How are you guys for a bit of a chat? You want to I need to just nip off for a second. Do you want to talk about Rumpus in the chat for us? Look, read Rumpus's last quote there.
Yes,
about surveyors.
surveyors refer to areas of equal elevation as flat, which is curved. So flat is curved. No, flat is plane or planar or close to plane surface. So it cannot be curved. So sorry, it cannot be. Like a straight line cannot be curved line. So level cannot be curved. And it has nothing to do with flat, of course. Oh, Rumpus is funny.
I just read what rumpus means in the dictionary. A usually noisy commotion.
Yeah, with no substance.
Why would you pick a name like that, Rumpus? Seriously. A usually noisy commotion.
Because he likes to say a lot of words, sound smart, but have no substance to the words.
I find that odd that somebody would choose such a name.
But here we are talking to him.
Yeah, good point. The joke's on us.
Wow. Rumpus is doing himself proud tonight, right? He asked us to show it's a contradiction, and now he's doubling down on it. Flat is curved to Rumpus. Did everybody know that? Does anybody know that Rumpus could interchange flat and curved? Does anybody know anybody that can do that sort of mental gymnastics? Was anybody aware that there are people within this arena that can interchange flat and curved for them to mean the same thing?
I would say that this is only Rumpus.
Yeah. That's why Rumpus can say that the Earth is incredibly flat and think nothing of it. I wonder whether his friends are aware of this diletheism little trick that Rumpus is doing. Rumpus's reasoning is absolutely ridiculous. Rumpus claims to be one of the globe heroes. This is absolutely... It's better than you could really imagine, Rumpus. Rumpus's logical reasoning. Check it out. Surveyors refer to areas of the same elevation as flat, which by Rumpus's logical understanding means that it's curved. How would you do that? Look at it. That's genius.
You turn on the dilithium switch to on.
I think we should honour Rumpus for like finally coming out and showing everyone. For 6 years, 7 years, 11 years, people have been around here within this arena, and Rumpus can interchange flat and curved. They both mean the same thing to Rumpus. So whenever Rumpus has been saying to everybody that says, you think the earth is flat, he could be saying that you think the earth is curved. There's no difference. He's been berating people for saying something that he now says he can't tell the difference between the two. Rumpus has been putting an act on for all this time. Mentally, he might have been talking to himself. What's he talking about? Yeah, Mike saying I wouldn't worry about Rumpus putting everyone near me. I think he's purposely exposing the globe model to just to throw confusion in on everybody. I'm hoping that everybody's aware on the globe side what Rumpus is revealing. Again. Gift that keeps on giving. Rumpus is gone full hex. No wonder he can't come in talk about this. Beginning to look like a bit of a dribbling wreck. I reckon he's stomping round his front room now. I bet Farmer's Boy's telling him to calm down. Calm down, Rumpus. Well done. I wasn't going to stay up and going for quite long on this, but the diletheist model afflicted. What do you reckon to that? Rumpus talking about flat earthers again, because obviously Rumpus knows anything. If there's anything to do with contradictory ideas, Rumpus is the guy to talk to about it, right? And so he's talking about when flat earthers refer to the earth as flat, they mean it's planar. When surveyors refer to an area as flat, they mean it has the same elevation and is curved. Two different definitions of flat. Rumpus exposed tonight. Rumpus has two different meanings of flat, one of which he can assign to a fictitious group and imagine it's everybody, and the other one about a team of people that he knows nothing about their profession, yet he thinks When they say flat, they mean curved. How many people do you reckon, if we were to ask surveyors, how many surveyors will say that flat means curved, do you reckon? As a percentage, let's say. The average percentage, what would you imagine the percentage of surveyors that think flat is curved? Like Rumpus.
I will say none of them.
0. Yeah, I go along with that as well. Everybody in the chat saying none. So that's just Rumpus being delusional then, right? Everyone. Just Rumpus and his delusions. I'd say so too. Can't get over it. Flat. Yeah, thanks, Shines. It's a good one. Good to see the women around here. Like, I know a lot of people, and these misologists also don't like the women.
Hey, well, I gotta get on out of here, but today's been another great, entertaining day over here on the levels.
I hope so. Thank you very much. Yes.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. That Rob Keane, everybody. Everyone say good night to Rob.
Thank you very much. I'm here every day.
Yeah. Rumpus says he's asked several professional surveyors. He thinks Jesse Kozlowski and the guy from Maine and Larry Scott are professional surveyors. I think they're the only people that Rumpus will have ever talked to. He can't risk talking to normal people. They might expose him as being a delusional diletheist, but I don't think he can talk to normal people. Yeah, the surveyors that say flat means the same elevation, and Rumpus means that's curved. That's what Rumpus imagines they mean as being curved. They might not actually say the curved part. Rumpus just thinks it for them, or he may telepathically imagine that they are thinking something about a curvature to him. But hey, all of these conversations have gone on in Rumpus's head. You can't deny Rumpus in his conversations that he has with people in his head. We all know that Rumpus has no argument, but imagines so. So you can imagine that Rumpus just imagines that people he's talking to. He might have just had a dream about something. He might imagine that Jesse Kozlowski's a professional surveyor and still around here. He's not. Thanks for popping in, Rumpus. It's good to have the Blue Marble scientists and the diletheists to come in and express to everybody the lying shitbag that you've been over the last few years. You actually think flat is curved. So what's the argument been? You don't even know what your argument has been. You've been calling people morons, but according to you, it means that it's curved. So you've been calling people morons for saying that it's curved. Well done, Rumpus. You're a total genius. Expose yourself and the entirety of the argumentative technique that you've developed. calling people fucking names because they don't go along with your diletheism of the flat being curved. It's fucking disgusting. If I was listening to any of this, and you think you've listened to Rumpus, Rumpus the shit out of just about every conversation that he's ever been in, and now to hear that Rumpus thinks that straight is curved and flat is curved, is so much of a joke. Fucking disgusting. Scumbags. I'm going to expose a lot of you for this year. Let everybody know what the sort of people that we're dealing with. Everybody already knows, but I mean, we can make it plainly obvious from now on in. We've got all of the tools that we need. We've got all of the words that you scumbags have already said. Got them all on record. Yes, balanced truths. He'll be taking it over to Nathan Oakley to prove Nathan Oakley's new test, because Brew Marble's brave like that. He'll definitely go over there to prove that level isn't horizontal by showing Nathan the exact method that not he, because he didn't do anything. Somebody's told him to say something. So that's what Blue Marble's done. He's made a video where somebody's told him to say something that he knows nothing about. Might have even been Rumpus that told him to say it. Good. Thank you very much, good. As long as everybody's completely clear that Rumpus is just out here to deceive people. He doesn't care who he deceives. He's mainly deceiving himself, but at least he's obvious about it now, right? He's blatantly clear that all of the shit that Rumpus has said, he's open. He's out in the open about it. You call it brazen. I don't think he's laughing anymore, gods. Rumpus is definitely exposed the entirety of the globe model now as being just a complete and utter joke. Even he thinks it's a joke. So the people that have listened to him, the people that have gone along with Rumpus and think Rumpus is going to be there to back him up whenever they come out with their arguments, like Blue Marble Science, you've got to realise now that you've got an obvious diletheist. It's like having Brenda in your back corner shouting advice. It's not going to work. Your teams fall into bits. Who are the Globe guys now? Where are they all going? Time that they all just sort of disappear, walk away, pretend it's nothing to do with them. They don't need to bother with it anymore. They'll just walk away. I would if I was anybody to do with a globe model. I'd get out. You've got people like Rumpus that you have to deal with. These are your globe geniuses. I think I got. Just check with this. Pretty sure I had a Rumpus 5 laws of the globe. Rumpus. I've got Rumpus checking the definition of a tangent because he didn't know that. We might go over these tomorrow. Non-Euclidean tangents. Bertrand Russell. Yeah, I'll try and have a look for that other one. Okay, I'll leave that. What time is it? It's midnight. Thank you very much. It's been 4 hours. Anybody got any final words for tonight? Thanks for coming. Yeah, Carol Apple is the real question is Rumpus related to Rick Mail, or did he screenwrite for the young ones? He's not that inventive. It's not even well, I mean, he could have based his character on Rick Mail, I suppose. Anyone? Final words? No? Okie dokie. I'm gonna cut it short now. We're gonna do... I will go with Wisdom again because it's such a good song. We do have a new one ready. I just need to sort the video. Buster, Advanced Simplicity. Next year's gonna be amazing. Join us tomorrow. Free for All Friday. I'm going to be gaming all day tomorrow, mate. I'm going to start doing some gaming. If you want to come and get involved in it, we're playing Ark. The server is. There's quite a few of us on the server now. Come on in. Come in tomorrow. Join us. Free for All Friday. We'll try and expose some more of the Globe Muppets. Let you see exactly what's going on in the background. Help them, let them expose themselves, like Rumpus has tonight. Opened up. Let us know that he's a diletheist. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow. Free for All Friday.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry.
Perfect.
And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs
We call this
in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you. Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me, open your mind. Come go with me, we'll find the truth.
True.